like, oh my God. And then you start to feel, and I'm like, ah, you follow the thought. Well, you do if you don't realize that your energies are telling you that this is what you're doing. You don't realize that the bacteria, good or bad, can be programmed with your emotions. Yeah, you heard me right. The viruses that live inside of us, cohabitation. The cohabitation doesn't get along, but yet they do. Where are you going, Missy? And everything has to attract your attention. So what if the bacteria, or it is funny, the bacteria, the whatever it is, we're just going to call them these, what do I call them? I don't remember what I call them. It looks like she's trying to escape. Now, don't worry if she flies away. She comes back. She's antsy. She's antsy. So other people's energies can throw you off. Their need for whatever it is, their need, because they live in the same place as I do, is grabbing my attention. Well, that's what happens when you're sick. Here, have a snack. No, don't pull it out. What is your problem? Why are you being... You want to go back in your cage? Seriously, girl. Don't give me that look. You're going to just knock it on the ground, aren't you? Should I take it back? This is what happens inside the body. Everybody fights for the turf. And if you don't understand the endobuoyant in your body, and the endobuoyant shows up as, how do you want to call it? When your potential hydrogen in the body, in the blood, like you have a different potential hydrogen in the stomach, is supposed to be very low. Your skin is like 5 or 6. Your blood, which helps nourish and bathe and take this, all show up as 7.3 on an average. But if your body, and this is where certain cancers and viruses and things thrive, so they need the environment to be off balance. And so as you begin to think more healthy and you begin to eat more healthy, you can be in charge of your avatar, the biochemistry of the body. And you literally can. But what happens when you don't know that the reason that they get to live there is because of something you experience, something that you think of, something that is a normal part of your strategy that you feel you cannot change? For years, my body has been stuck in the decay mode, and I have slowly brought that number up, the potential hydrogen up. But normally, I carry around a little bit. When I was in Michigan, I knew I was dying. It was like a little bit below 5, and this is the decay part, and it's like, no, this isn't good enough. So I had to overhaul my life, and I became fully aware that I am more than just this physical body. So I am a spirit. And as I learned these techniques of how to find your authenticity, even in the midst of everybody has to get attention, everybody needs their needs met, the environment controls your DNA. And I'm like, so why is my body holding this? Why? So I started asking these questions. And so spiritually, I just kept connecting in through my heart. And I just kept connecting to spirit through my, pineal gland. I kept connecting. And I kept finding answers after answers after answers after answers. And it was just like, wow. So I know that my body the pH has gone up to like 5.5, which is good. I'm not decay mode. I'm in just meh mode. Now, I have been deliberately, and I found a really good product, but this isn't about an advertisement. I used it for years, and it was slowly keeping me, it was okay. But I found a couple other things that the universe has brought to me, two very specific ingredients. Plus, I have been around 36, my ability to have estrogen to help the body, my spine, my bone, my brain, everything. I was pretty much didn't have any left. It was gone. And I had a lot of testosterone that had taken over. But I also know that in my environment was very heavily testosterone. And it was how my body would respond to different things. So my body is this community of 50 trillion cells, and there's enclaves, and there's different. So think about it. You come to Australia, you go to any place that has a multi-diversity communities, different cultures. I mean, you can drive anywhere and you'll see that it isn't just, a cookie cutter. There's everybody that's different. There's just all kinds. It's beautiful. Well, that's what runs in your body. But what if you have turf wars? Well, you know this. This is where you got wars fighting, or there's gangs, or there's inside the household. That's mine. No, that's mine. What if that's going on inside your body? Well, again, you are the main person that runs your community of 50 trillion cells, or 50,000 trillion cells, or whatever. But you are a community. But what if you're not home? What do I mean by you're not home? You're always stressed, or you follow the mess. And like I noticed last week, and this is when I was like, okay, so I saw my doc Pete, and love that doctor. He's a homeopath, or a naturopathic doctor, and he has this machine he uses, and he's like, wow, your cortisol is like, you're still, it's not changing. I'm like, what? Okay, so I have overhauled my diet. Okay, so there is no milk. There is no sugars, the white or the brown sugar or powdered sugar. There's healthier versions. I don't do wheat flour or white flour. Now, I just found some bread in the freezer. I'm like, all right, I'm having it. Who wanted it? Did Brenda want it? Or did my community, some enclave in my community, want it? Because it's going to want to fight for war. It's going to fight for it. So as I start to use this brand that's actually like bicarbs, and it isn't just bicarb and soda, there's a different form of bicarbs. It's going to help to balance me more with, because I just, along with not having estrogen, I can't seem to hold my minerals. And my weight will not go down because my fat is protecting me from the cortisol. And as I'm talking to Doc Pete, he says, what if this cortisol is old? What if your, the whole body system says they have to do this because it's, and he didn't use the word memorized, but he says it's there. And then he goes, in your liver, with everything you're telling me, the way that you're eating, you're exercising, you're breathing, stretching, mental and emotional, everything. But what if it's old? And I'm like, that's what I do, right? I look at, and we heal this out. I says, what am I not seeing? What am I not seeing? And what I'm not seeing is, I think I'm not seeing how this 50 trillion cells that's made up of all these diverse, what the heck do I call them? Because I call them under one name, and it just makes it easier. Let me see. I know I've got the word here. Let's see if I can find it. Microbes. What if these microbes, of all these different types of microbes, are more in charge of me than, hey, Brenda, her 5% authentic self, me. So I'm going to check. I'm going to say, okay, so I'm going to use a little form of muscle testing. And so I'm going to check. I have a tester arm, and I'm going to check my polarity, and it's good. I'm going to check my main pole. That's good. And then I'm going to say, my name is Brenda Jean Power. No. What? Yes, it is. Brenda Jean Power. I absolutely got nothing. Am I Alan Power? No, I'm not even my husband, which we live in close proximity. Am I Charlie? No. And so I go through the outside environment. Am I any of my friends? No. Am I my kids? No. And was I the lady down the street that talked to me the other day? No. Am I choosing not to be present? Yes. I'm choosing not to be present. Is there a reason? Yes. Is it old? So this is where I made protocol sheets. And Spirit's telling me that there is this emotionally repressed part of me that I've done when I was 7 years old. So after I talked to Doc Pete, he goes, well, there's got to be something that I'm like, yeah, and I just can't find it. I can't put my finger on it. I can't. But I'm going to, because I know I can. And Spirit's going to give it to me. So you have to go through what's called a journey or quest. And part of this journey and quest is that you have to experience, you have to seed, you have to be present with your 5%. And if I cannot physically or mentally, emotionally feel like I'm present, I will be my spiritual discernment self, which I can stand on the outside. And it's not about detachment or disassociation. It is about observation. So I know that, okay, I'm going to do this, a live experience, and I'm going to ask for Spirit to show me when it's a gen pop, where I'm looking, going, oh, that's important. And then I'll take note, put it on the shelf, or I'll write it down. And I have this language that I have with Spirit. And so I've had a great weekend. Absolutely fantabulous. Me and my husband went out on a date. And we walked 13K. We went and visited the Fringe Festival. I took a lot of videos and pictures, but I just haven't put anything up. I've just been meh. I'm like, what? And then it was like, oh, I don't want to do my show today. My husband looks at me and goes, you okay? Oh, that's a clue. Okay, I'm standing outside going, jump pop. Well, do I have to follow it? No. I started to follow and I said, what is the thoughts? Oh, nobody comes to the show. So there's a lot of whining and self-pity and sour graping. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not my 5% authentic self. Let me think about this, I said. And I keep forgetting to record.
Recording in progress.
And what happens is that when you don't feel like your self, don't be your ego. Now, I know I have to be ego, so I'm going to be trained in this. I train others, and there's steps where you can learn how to be your 5%. And so, but you're the third option of observing, learning how to be your spiritual self, observing how you are doing this human thing that's disconnected from Spirit. And I asked him, is both parts of my brain communicating? No, I'm just in the left brain. Am I connected to Spirit 100%? Yeah. My spirit's in my body? Yeah. All that's working? Yeah. And I'm totally channeling right now, so it would be a yes. But if I was sitting in my room, it'd be meh. And if I followed those feelings and I followed those thoughts, I would, what's called self-sabotage. It's one of the 4 archetypes that we have to learn as a spiritual human. We need to discover it, wake up to it, and move beyond it. We need to be able to do so. We need to be able to do so. And what is this again? What does this mean? Well, it's the things that you can't see that I can, that I need to share. But I also teach people learn how to communicate, talk, and see the way I see. So I have another job to do. And I looked at my husband and I said, I don't know what the topic is. And I'm just like, meh. And then it popped. I'm supposed to talk about meh. Oh, meh. Stop it. Now, everything in my environment is like, oh, look at me. Oh, And all I could think of is an ego, which is the electromagnetic guiding omni-apparition. It's a lens that my spirit self, it looked through, oh my God, and felt and with its emotional body and the mental body, not in a pleasure way, but in a painful way. So our brain has pain and pleasure. You with me so far? And so, oh my God, then I put on my mask and then I create a shadow and then I am in that particular pain and suffering. And it's like this. Now, a lot of people that have depression, a lot of people that have whatever label, whatever spectrum label, it's not just autism and all that. Anything, ADHD, anything. No matter what you're doing, if this full brain is not cooperating and talking with left and right properly, you're going to be disconnecting further and further from love. You're going to be disconnecting further and further because you needed to find the parameters. Now, we got so good at disconnecting, we forgot how to get back. And that's part of what I'm here to help you do, is to get back. So I noticed that I was put into a funk today and last time. And I said, I don't really know if I want to do my show. Why? The thing that I love and I crave, I can't seem to connect with that. And that's because of my brain. It's not because anything bad. It's just that you need to wake up to see what's going on. So it's like I could have followed it. I could have canceled today. I could have went, I know my body is going through a lot. So you deliberately put your body into a cleanse. And that's what I'm doing. I'm like, I got to clean my liver. I don't understand why it seems to be so funky. Why? I mean, I have been eating healthy, gave support to it. Because my gallbladder is missing, you have to add that extra bile salt in order to help. And I've done that. And I talk lovingly. I've done all these things. And then it's like, Doc Peak says it still registers that it's not functioning the way it should be. Dang. But my heart's improved. My left valve has improved. My intestines have improved. So many other things have improved. But this cortisol is repetitive. This liver thing is repetitive. And I'm like, okay. So I feel like I'm all over the place. But when I woke up, it was like, I could have followed it. How many of you followed that? How many of you? And I watch a lot of people that get into depression. Not only do you disconnect and you can't get into your heart brain space, your coherency, you will go into this particular pit of hell, this abyss, this it's beyond meh, and you believe it and you follow it, and then you go from one thought to the next and you start to harm and hurt and hate everything. And you don't mean to. Okay? You don't mean to. But it hurts everybody. Now, if you can't get out of it, that's another reason why I have to go through all this, is so I can see, what are we doing? Everybody's different, but there is a very particular rhythm, a code. And I'm like, I miss myself. Like right now, I miss myself. But at the same time, I'm keeping you to help you understand the feels of what's going on. Oh, thank you. I love you too. And I'm glad to see, I so much appreciate you. See, this is, and I'm not doing it for an ego junkie to go, oh, that's what I'm doing it for. But it is, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, I need to hear that, because I love each and every one of you, but it can get to the point where this is supposed to be a business and take off and help many people. So when you don't see new names, and you don't disregard those that follow, you love them and appreciate them, but you also just feel like, why are you doing it? Why isn't, and the ego will go, self-pity and isn't that, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. But you can follow it. So my body, I'm deliberately drinking very specific, healthy, like certain carbonate things. I'm not talking about soda carbonate. Please do not put that. No. This is very more natural. This is a way to help the body. So nutrition is medicine for the body. And so my pharmacology is FARM. I forgot to put sweetener. Oh, God. But that's okay. And my body's potential hydrogen has been sustaining around 6. It's getting higher. And what I notice is that if you don't know how to be your 5%, you're just going to follow your body's conscious. You're going to listen to this microbe, this micro colony. You're going to listen to this enclave. You're going to listen to all these things that control your body. And everybody goes, well, I'm healthy. I don't have any viruses. I don't have any sick. You have everything in the body, but what activates it? Most people have human papilloma viruses, or they have different type of viruses from any, if you've had chicken pox, if you had that, you got all these different types of enclaves in your body. If you got skin takes, you got probably HPV, go talk to your doctor, but they got nothing for you. Go listen to Dr. Berg. So they all have, and so I have changed my diet, but yet it's like, oh, no, I still have to have, and it's like, do I? What part of me is actually addicted to wanting bread? What part of me? What's going on? Why do I feel like I have to have a sweet? And you got all of these other things to think of. You have the emotional aspect. You have the way that your body sees with your sensory system. And you have all of the way the blood types. You've got all of these. But nobody really considers the community is not in sync. So when you come to Australia and you're in different parts, you see the beauty of so many different cultures. Okay, come to the market, it's beautiful. Come to the fringe, beautiful. And but when you go into other areas, I've never met any over here, but you can hear of places in the United States, all over the world, any place, there's going to be this energy. So I'm going to just tell you how I'm going to walk my talk. I know there's something going on in my body. I'm deliberately now shaking up the environment, cleaning up certain areas. So let's say there's a bad mojo area, and you got to clean up this one horse town. You got to go over here and clean up this street because it's a red light district, or you got to, okay. So I'm going to go in and I'm looking at my body, and I never thought about it in that fashion before. I said, but is my body not communicating 100%? See, I didn't even get started. It's going. And I'll say, okay, then what enclave? And I don't have to know which one, but I can just okay, I'm going to pick one. I can label it A. What emotion is it going through? And I just heard that I have several communities, okay, several enclaves within my 50 trillion community that don't trust. I says, how does that show up in my world? Technology. You trust that it's there, but you're getting to the point where you know that it's not all going to communicate. And they go, yes, that's the kind of thing that's going on. And so we have to fix these communication skills. Why? Well, on the planet right now, every level of consciousness, and just kind of see it as kindergarten through graduate school. Okay, so you got all these different types of knowledge. So if a graduate school was trying to talk very intellectual to a preschool, the preschool is going to go. Preschool is going to be telling that person, and they're like, oh, and everybody's trying to do their best. Now the graduate's going to have more knowledge about the preschooler, but the preschoolers won't have the knowledge there. So there's going to be hidden knowledge. It's not that they're trying to hold back. It's just, that's not where you are. So in this body, I said, why does my liver, and it has nothing to do with me. I'm just looking at what enclave, see, it's creating what enclave? I don't even know what that is. But what's the majority of the liver holding? What emotion? Because emotion is basically the main key, blaming. I said to my liver, is my liver blaming? See, now we're going to even talk about people. My liver is blaming. My liver is blaming my gallbladder. And there's a lie. Now, liver and gallbladder are wood element, and they're supposed to communicate together. My gallbladder, my healthy gallbladder, all of a sudden one day decided it's not going to communicate. I had pain after pain after pain after pain after pain. I mean, I was an hour, I mean, to the point when I even went to the hospital, I actually would black out because of the pain, but no, because I drove myself there, I have to wait. So I ended up waiting many, many hours, and they were kind of sorry that they couldn't help me with nothing, that they stuck me in a very quiet room, no help, just so I wouldn't annoy everybody else in the emergency room, and gave me my time to, because I was holding my breath. I was trying not to cry out loud. I was trying not to be disruptive, but the pain. But then when I started to black out, it was just like, well, we have no room for you, or we got no doctors, we got nothing. So they threw me in a quiet room. And so I laid there crying, and all my ex did was like, oh God, stop exaggerating. I'm like, you have never had pain then. And I'm looking and going, oh my God, it was worse than giving birth. It was worse than giving birth. And finally, it was okay. They gave me 3 rounds of really heavy, heavy duty drugs. And finally, my body was like going, oh my God, relief. Oh my God, relief. And I'm like, finally, okay, I can take a breath. I can take a breath. And as I'm telling you the story, it's being recalled, and that is the liver. It says it's a lie. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like the gallbladder. If you understand how the gallbladder is about, you're always being galled by people. Oh my God, I can't believe they did that. Oh my God. Okay. Um, and you always have to live somebody's way. And if you can't live somebody's way, then they will kick up the gaslighting. Okay. If you're with it. So I've had gaslighting most of my life. Now, when the man that I dearly loved, and he did it to me twice, but the second time was when it got me. And I think in a way he was only using these words so he can get out of something, or using his words because, to manipulate me. But I'm excited. We just bought a building. His mom and dad said, here, have the money. And I didn't ask for it. They wanted me to succeed. He didn't. And I was just like, and then he told me, how dare I talk to his parents? I said, I didn't. I had a close relationship to him, and I was like, oh my God, I can't. I was like, I didn't. I didn't even know they had money. I didn't even know that. And they said, and so, but it ends up being a whole different story between him and them that I didn't know about until later. But I had this building, and we bought it as a great deal. And so my business is going to go there, and I'm super excited. I'm so happy, and I'm so happy that I get to this adventure. And I said, and he had a lot of reins about what I could spend and how I could get things done, and how he didn't want no progress, to the point where it was, he said what he had to say in order to destroy my dreams so that he could feel relief, because there was a part of him that just had nothing in the tank, because he wanted to do what he wanted to do. And I know that perspective, because when you're being pulled to 1,000 directions, it feels like high maintenance, or you can't do it mentally, emotionally, physically, or spiritually. And then they're going to want to reluctantly want to help. But what he said was so cruel, so devastating. I was galled that the man that I adored did not love me. He hated everything about me. Please keep all of your life out of my life. And I'm like, what? He didn't say it in those words, but everything pointed to, I don't believe the way you believe. I am not going to help you do stuff. But you have no, you can't do it. You can't go out and get help. You can't. And so he would, gaslight me about that. And it was like he had closed every avenue and every door, because he had to control it all. for whatever his reasons were. And I laid there so galled that this man that I love, I see him so differently. I was crushed. But my gallbladder is where the energy hit. I know, you were just stopping your woman. Right? What was she doing? Asking for too much love? What's the deal? And they are an alive example. He was just sitting there doing his thing. She came in and he just then, you know, he knows how to shut her up. She's a very lovey-dovey person. Well, not to me, just to him. And she will endure whatever it is until, you know, and she'll just keep creeping back into his space. I had nothing left to give him. But I lied to myself. I lied to myself. I didn't know how to respond. I never was in that situation before. And that's the lie that spirit wants me to see. I convinced myself to go back to sleep. I convinced myself that, okay, he set up a new set of rules. I can do this. I'm going to show him it doesn't hurt. And I'm dying because I had nothing. Oh, okay. And my whole body just took a dump and a half. It was like, I was this healthy woman, and then all of a sudden, 3 days later, I got asthma, bronchial asthma. My whole body started to get heavy. I started to gain extra weight, and I had no idea. It had nothing to do with the food. It had nothing to do with it, because the gallbladder is to be that extra bile thing, but it also helps you metabolize, and the liver helps you metabolize. Uh-oh, hold on. Hey, I know you're trying to get away from your boyfriend. Come on, no. Honey, Mama don't want you there. I don't have my stick with me, so, okay. Give me a second, people. I got to make sure she doesn't go away. Okay, baby girl, come on. You trying to get away from your boyfriend? All right. You want to go back in your cage? Okay, so I will be just 1 second. Did you put her? I don't know what you're doing, Charlie, but you need your space, I take it. Here, have a snack. Quiet. Okay. And so sometimes you need to separate yourself from the situation. And I did. I was physically there, but I separated myself from him. And I separated myself from myself. My gallbladder, nothing was metabolizing anymore. And the cortisol, I think, is related to the fact that how am I supposed to live with this person? I can't love him the way I want, and I don't know if I could ever love him the way I want. There's always this wall. There's always this, I have to walk on eggshells. I've got to, and you don't even know you do it. So my gallbladder, they said, okay, the doctor said, these numbers or whatever is off the charts. And so they said that, you're supposed to give you like 2 weeks, whatever. I've never had a gallbladder attack. I never had a gallbladder issue in my life. What are you doing? Eat them first. And so then what happened was 3 days later, I got to go in because the pain was coming back, and they took out my gallbladder. And I wish that I didn't have to go that route. Okay, that's enough. You can't just eat and drop. You're a little turd. That's what you are. Here, take your snack. You're not getting any more. See? I mean, we have a nice relationship with him right now. It's like, trying to do something. Leave me alone. But that's part of the cortisol. That's part of the whole such thing. These are great examples. So I went in, and you know what they told me? I had the healthiest gallbladder there was, and when they cut it open, no gallstones, nothing, but they go, the strangest part, it was dying from the inside out. I was like, holy shit, I did that to myself. because I was. It completely defined how that moment with him was. Not only was I beside myself, but I was dying on the inside. And I didn't know what to do with it. And it's like, but then this is the story. You got all these other programs that run your life you don't even know is there. This is why there's layers of healing. Excuses, reasonings, everything that led me up to why we got together, I thought it was just love. But there is this need of safety, security, love, stability, sanity, freedom. But I did not know that I was compromising myself so that I could get those Maslow's needs, right? Maslow's hierarchy of needs, safety, security. And when you do start to realize that, especially when you're saying those words, I'm dying on the inside. I mean, this was, this is when I was 36, and here I am 56, 20 years later, okay? So it was like instantly my body began to fall apart. There's really nothing wrong with my lungs. Every time I would have an issue breathing, I'd go in, even to the point where you purse breathe, where there's no air coming in or out, and they're like, oh my God, they think of asthma, cancer. The lungs are gorgeous. But it's related to the wood element of the gallbladder and the liver. It's just not functioning the way it should. It's not processing the blood that it should. It's not able to. And I've been spending like 20 years trying to figure out how to get my potential hydrogen up. Yeah, you could trick it. But when I got the results that my cortisol is down, he goes, well, you got to be stressed. I go, if you had a day with me, this is only stressful because I'm doing the show. But that's not even, I don't usually have this. I have a great man. I have a great household. I got great pets. There is no reason to be stressed. I have the most chilled, relaxed part of my world. So I'm like, there's something else that's causing this, and that's what I was searching for in my whole environment. I healed my stuff before I left Michigan, so it's not that I ran from it. I healed so much out that I was able to move. I healed so much that when I got together with Alan, I told him, I said, look, if we're going to get together, you got to heal your shit, I got to heal my shit, and then when we'll know, because then all of a sudden, all that stuff will be resolved. And we did. We healed our relationships that we had with people. And so we just ended up learning how to not bring a lot of baggage with us. And in our relationship, in our vows, we even talked about how every time we understand we're going to hug ourselves back together because we're so broken. And then anything that comes up that's negative, it is old patterns of the past. We're going to stop. We're out of sync and we're going to go heal. And that's what we do. But so everything's beautiful. There's no, and I'm looking at, and Doc Pete's like going, are you sure about that? Because, his world is so different than my world. What's missing out of my world? Me and my husband don't argue. How we communicate is we take care of what makes us upset. Like, I need to take care of what's making me upset. But right now, I can't even be Brenda. Am I Brenda? No. But I'm not anybody here. I am some type of microbe. Am I one? Yeah, how many? I'm 2 types of microbes. Right now, I'm destroying H. pylori. And it is a bacteria that lives in your stomach. And it can cause heartburn. It can cause other stuff. And H. pylori. Now, if I ask, why are you there? Why did you be present? Out of all of the things that could happen, why are you existing in this community? And it's because I'm startled. I represent the startled part of you. Do you know how many times I jump out of my freaking skin And I'm like, why does my nerves do that? It's not just the nerves, it's a communication channel because there's something else in my body that's holding the story and it is alive and well. It's a symbiotic. I think my husband said it was a symbiotic relationship. I think that's what it is. It needs me. I don't need it, but I do because how I lived my life, it gave it place. It's like for rent because I'm going through all of this startledness. Therefore, you know, it's for rent. And so the H. pylori moved right in. Okay. Every part of our body, from whatever thing I've learned, all the codes are there. What makes them active will be what's happened on the outside and how you respond to it. Because I was so startled about love. And then I was startled again when I realized that all he ever did in this relationship was gaslight me and to discourage me and to control me. Yet he gave me all this freedom, but yet at the same time, he used love as a weapon every dang time. And I'm like, what? And it was stuck in the filters of my ears. But the symbiotic relation. So I'm going to get my relationship back. How am I going to get myself back, my 5%? I'll show you in a minute. But let's hear it. I go, so I was startled. They go, yes. I was, did I just tell the stories of what I was startled? Yes. Is there any other specific startling? No. And they said the biggest thing is that I can use SP, source point, to help break up that relationship and kick the renters out. So I'm going to raise the rent and kick out the H. pylori. Now, I'm going to do this on an energetic scale. I'm already use it with berberine herbs, or component of berberine. I think I said it right. And so my body then can get rid of it because it doesn't need it, but it's a highly contagious. So my husband has to take it too. So it's like we want to make sure our bodies are healthy. Okay. But so I have to understand that startled is the the connection. So I'm going to use SP. So how I do this is, I'm going to get these classes open to you soon, but I got to make sure I understand them all. So they're telling me that I need to use my magnet on both sides of my lung. Okay. Now, before I go any further, I'm going to check my lung point and see the alarm. Nothing's physically, the alarm is not blowing. So it means it's my body does not see that it's a threat because, hey, I had the for rent sign up. So I'm going to go and take my magnet and, I can use a real magnet, but I can also take, and because the lung point is under my thumb, I'm going to just start to do this. Now, before I go there, I can push in and it doesn't move. It should move. A source point that is healthy you should be able to test it and go weak, right? This one, I can't get it down because my intention is there. Okay, so now I'm just going to take and I'm going to use my hand or the magnet and breathe. And I know my intention is to, all that is. I'm going to raise the rent and kick them out. Because I could take the medicine and do this and get rid of it, but it will just come back because my body is still holding that it's not a threat. So now I'm going to take and push in, and there we go. It's not as strong as I like it to be, so I'm going to go a little bit longer. See, I don't have that time on the show to do this. So with you, but they check, they'll tell me it's good enough. Otherwise, there we go. Now see, I can feel the shift. Now I check and I can go down. So now I'm going to deeply rub at 30 times. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad to see all of you communicating. Hopefully you're all still here. Send me some hugs. What did we say? It was a 3. Send me a 3. Send me a 4. Hugs and loves. Why am I wearing pink eyeshadow? Because I have pink hearts, which means love, in my ears. I made these earrings today to match the necklace. Okay, so now I'm going to double check. That's good. This side is still frozen. So I'm going to work on my right side. You understand what I'm doing? Oh, thank you for the 3s and 4s. I am taking intentionally moving energy, okay, with the knowledge that I have, that's going to help me raise the rent and kick out those microbes that don't need to be there. So now I'm going to check, and it goes down much easier. You may do it again, don't need to. So I'm going to just now, oh, look at 7777. Ooh, I like that. Oh, thank you for the loves. Thank you for the loves. So, do I walk my talk? Yes. Now, I could have done this much sooner, but I thought, no, I need you guys to understand there will be days. But if you have enough knowledge and your brain loves knowledge, you can get past this. You don't have to be the victim of it. Okay. So now I'm going to check that point. It's nice and, it's still, oh, look at that. It's not moving. As I tested this point, it's not moving. That tells me there's another thing. So it's like, yes, and I'm going to use the magnet again. That means that probably represents that, well, I know there's a second line to it. So usually when a story is happening, it creates a moment. But if there's another story that's similar, it will go into that component, which is considered like a gestalt. Yes, it's a microbe. It's a microbe. It's definitely a microbe. But you got to, so I'm not only going to do this, but I'm also going to keep healing out anything that's going to be there, because I don't need to keep touching the vending machine. So now, check it better. Okay. So now what was going to happen is that I'm just, I do 3 types of testing: intuition, muscle testing, and pendulum. But I'm just going to go here. They're like, now do both sides. All I need is a rub is on my spleen. Now the spleen, I'm not picking my foot up. So my spleen is that point where the big toe is, right past the bunion point. So I don't need the magnet. And I just got to get my foot not to smack any of my TVs. Oops, excuse my issue here. You know what? It hurts like a mofo. Ow! But if I test, it's fine. The arm went down. That means that it's magnetically flowing. Oh God, that hurts. So now I'm supporting my body, and again I can beginning to feel that this is starting to come back. And if I say my name is Brenda Jean Power, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 9 10. I didn't have to reclaim my name. I didn't have to go into a fixed state. And I don't feel like I have to be outside. I'm starting to feel like I can be that 5% inside this form. I haven't even done the other side yet. So, I'm feeling how the brain has now got this. It's not just left-sided. It's communicating with the right more. I feel more like me, and I'm getting that excitement back. How do I know? Because I have wrote it down. I wrote down, my brain knows all about the misery and stuff like that. But it's like when you're happy, you need to take a picture. You need to, I know. Aw. You need to take a picture. You need to have the description words. I will take any client and I will say, tell me how you feel. I feel calm. All right, take pictures in your mind. Write it down. Because next time that you start to fill out, you have a parameter, and your brain will basically choose the good. It'll start to say, hey, remember when you were happy? Do you miss that part of you? And you're like, yeah. Okay. All right, moderators, pay attention. All right. So now I just went over and my body says gallbladder. Okay. All right. We are going to. Why isn't that working? Okay. Just recentering, because I'm doing lots of things at once. I'm recentering. And so now they said gallbladder. So again, both sides just need to rub. And they have said gallbladder. Now, the gallbladder is this, gotta think about this. Um, yeah, pinky toe. Follow the pinky toe up, and in front of the bone, you'll feel like a little hollow or a squishy point, but it feels like a hole. And this is where I'm going to go, and I'm going to, they're having me do right. Ah, okay, I'm going to do right first. Usually it's left. Now, the gallbladder starts on the face, and it goes up, around, and goes like this several times in the head, and goes down my side of me, okay, all the way down the side of my legs, and off my second toe, or fourth toe. Oh, and I'm paying attention and noticing how the energy moves. You got to just tune in. Now, I am Brenda Jane Power. Is my body still wanting to accept the H. pylori? No. So, is there a reason for the H. pylori? Yes. Now, this is where I would probably do success, but it'll take too long because I have to sit and hold. Okay. And they said right now I could do. I could do how my parents would display who they are. And they're giving me the example of how the birds were fighting or doing their thing, and that environment would make me startle. So, in that case, this is where, it's about territory. Yeah, see, now I'm going to be doing success hope therapy later. But right now, I'm just going to start doing a round of EFT. And I'm just feeling. I can feel how my body wants to jump and has startle. And I can measure it. Startle, 1. It's a 1, but so this is why. But later on, I will end up holding RONS, and it's about territory control. Because that's what they were doing. It's about, this is my territory. That's my territory. La, 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 la. And that's why she figured I'll just move out. I'll get away from you. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. You don't have to say the phrase. You can just feel it. Now, this is where I would want to start rolling my eyes. Oh, God, right there is where I would see people fighting for territory. Let's start again. Okay, that's a little, but I'm not, I want to, okay, start over. God bless it. Not as bad, not as strong. There's something right there, so I'm going to go back just a little bit. See, it's not so bad. I'm going to go back. Oh, see, I jumped. Oh, I heard, do as I say. My eyes want to burn like hell right now, but it's okay. I made it through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's where the switch was. Okay, and I'm just double checking, and my body is like harmonizing. That's what it's doing. And I know my body is now more grounded, more of my 5%. I don't have to experience myself on the outside. So, do I walk my talk? Yes, I miss me. I don't have to put up with it. I mean, I could have gone and destroyed my whole show, gave up on myself, gone into a depression. I could have just crawled up in bed and gave up on life. But my 5% needs to be here with all of me. My color came back. You do not have to be a victim of your thoughts and your feelings. And when your physical body is not feeling well, it takes you out, but you can still stand back as that third option, that spiritual part of you, and observe with discernment, no judgment. You just take note and then use tools. And it feels super good to feel how my body's humming. So I'm witnessing to you that I feel like everything's working. There's not a headache that's trying to get in place. It's like, whoa, it's freedom. I feel the flow. I mean, ego says, oh, this is, but we're hearing parameters. We're hearing parameters. I don't have to go into self pity. I don't have to go into, man, I don't have to follow it. I don't have to do any of those things. I feel my head buzz, any cute drinking. And then these little things that you see are adorable. Did you just have another friend here? No? Okay. I thought I saw another bird. Okay, did you guys learn anything? Was this particular today's episode important to hear, to understand? It isn't just to show off. That was not what I was doing. But it's when you are not right, you don't have to throw everything away. You don't have to follow the pain. You don't have to be the suffering. You don't have to do any of those things. Yay! I am interested list too. That's good. That is a good thing. That is something that spirit wants to make sure when I connect to people, I am communicating, I'm demonstrating, I'm helping you see a world that isn't seen. And we should make that our norm. And, you know, a lot of people go, well, I don't want to go that deep. You know what? When you start to care about your life and your urge is like, yeah, my soul urge says, yeah, we want something more. And it doesn't have to be a struggle. It does not have to be a struggle. Now, the only way to prove that this works, I can feel it. I'm going to start aiming for it. I got more of the heart-brain coherence. I got my head feeling good, you know, and everybody want peace, send me a 2, send me a 2. Everybody feeling at peace, everybody understanding, just send me the number 2, just send it. People get to see how we don't have to lose their crap when they are off. Yes, but I also can take and show you another step. I don't need to keep having this in my space. I don't have to give my energy away to things on the outside, but I don't have to give my energy away to anything on the inside. Oh, thank you. And when my body decides that, because my body's consciousness, my 50 trillion community cells, I need to self-govern and be that leader for my body. Oh, thank you. I didn't feel like you were showing off at all. Thank you. Education is what I felt it was. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And I want you to understand, I'm not special. I am someone that is able to see it. And when I saw it for the first time, I followed it. And when I could replicate it and get other people to realize they don't have to be in hell, it was like, when I look, my husband and me, we are just feel like, you know, it's like, no, we're not alone. When I asked for a guinea pig and Spirit had sent me Ayme, she has grown so much. And you know the big difference. Now, the only reason I'm talking about her isn't it, and when you get people that are jealous, they're like, oh yeah, you're showing favoritism. No. What I want you to understand about this is that she volunteered to be vulnerable. And I began to show her. And that means she would have to put up with a lot of hot seats when she was in her ego. And then when she would truly transform, it's not the same. Like people when they, honey, I'm so sorry, you know, yeah, I've changed, take me back. They're going to live like a cheetah, the animal that can go 90 miles per hour and then run out of gas and then they go back to their old ways. No, we're not doing that. She didn't do that. Other people, my tribe, they are growing. We're doing soul group coaching and they are growing. There's been great success. I'm not going to name some of these people because I don't think they want their name said, but they're doing awesome. They'll tell you. They will tell you. Their life is totally not the same. And I said, do you want to go back? Please, no, don't take me back. I'm happy where I am, and I know I can have whatever I want. And even if it's rough, I'm just going to heal that out. It isn't that I have to force myself. It is, I'm going to pay attention. You guys can replicate this. You can become something greater than just what the environment tells you. Oh, there goes my screen. You got to make a choice. When you begin to wake up, you're going to be looking for people like me. You must be very proud of people who watch expanding this knowledge and following through. I am. It's like the main thing is that you don't, you're in your own little bubble, and then somebody else does it, and they're showing me that it works. I mean, the first time that my husband says, I got a headache, and I'm like, all right, so I walk over and I do SP on him. Now, I've had Reiki, I've got like other 20 or 30 other modalities under my belt, and I never had fast results. I never got that, what I needed. And then all of a sudden, Spirit had started saying success, hope, therapy. And, oh man, that was amazing that you can just move the mental and emotional. Oh my God, that was so freaking amazing. And I bump into people that, they couldn't see the value. So I thought, well, I got to help you understand that. No, I don't have to prove anything, because it only works with those that understand it, that want it, that don't want to be asleep. And it was like, oh, big lesson. So it's for everybody, but not for everybody. It's only for those that want it. Okay? You got a desire, you got to want it. You want something different, your different lifestyle, you want it. It's different. And then when my husband was like, oh, he's like, oh my God. And I'm like, okay. So I went in and I said, can I try this new thing? Sure. And, it's not that he was doubting. It's just that I had the same belief system that I couldn't go without having to take a tablet, aspirin or Tylenol or whatever you call it, paracetamol, acetaminophen, same thing. And my mind's belief was that you had to have, and then all of a sudden I was rubbing those points and the headache went, and I'm like, what? I did it on myself. I pulled myself out of asthma attacks. What? Nah. And then when my husband went, he was like, what'd you do to me? He's like, I like it. All I did was move energy. And then Ayme doesn't live in Australia. She lives in Minnesota. And so then she's, because she had volunteered, I said, she comes to me and says, I had a migraine. Spirit goes, ask her if she will rub these points. You can do it from a distance? Yeah, not on me. I don't have to do that. Just have her do it herself. So I had to come up with tools so you guys could see. And then she wrote back, she had a migraine, and all of a sudden it was gone. She says, I had a migraine a few years ago and had me rub points, and oh my God, it was gone. I mean, it was really fast, wasn't it? It was really fast. And then all of a sudden, I thought she was pulling a chain. My ego just said, nah, she's lying to me. My heart was like, no, she's not. And then something else happened. And then she had medicine that the doctor gave her, and she was having these weird, I said, hey, let's try this. And she says, okay. And I said, well, we know that the medication could possibly be too strong, or you don't need it anymore. I said, so that'll be like the intention. And I gave her some points, and all of a sudden she's like, whoa, I feel like me. And then, Thor says, yep, help me out of 2 migraines. Ayme says it can be as fast as it was like 5 minutes. And then, Ayme says the hot seat was not fun at the time. I'm so grateful for it is able to grow even more. Thank you, Brenda, for all that all the love and support. I wouldn't have gotten this far on my own. And the thing is that we know we wouldn't have gotten this far because it wasn't available. Now it's becoming available, and it's not like I know. And her and I have talked about different circles of things. I have other friends that I talk that do this too, but they like to remain nameless. But what we discovered was, how many times have you gone and you've done something and you can feel a difference, but yet there's no, Nothing's really changed. And in the moment, you can get convinced that it works, but everything goes back to the same. The consciousness needs to be involved. Your 5% really needs to be involved, because I have had different types of machines that could measure your energies, auras, chakras. You have different seco machines, different type of machines, life machines that would send frequencies and vibrations. And I totally believe about frequency and vibrations, like tuning forks and music and all of this. But at the same time, it's like, what affects the field? And a lot of people have been throwing spirit off the planet and out of their space. And when you realize that you need to become your 5%, you would be just like, it's a whole nother world, because your whole world shifts for the better. But you got to want to get out of your shit. You got to want to give that up. And a lot of us won't, because it keeps us safe. It fills our needs. But if we can heal something to the point where we can change that need and notice that we already have it fulfilled. Like I kept running around going, and my body was saying, but you haven't changed the 50 trillion cells on the physical level. So I've been on the journey of looking at more. It's not just about reconnection, Reiki, and any of those. This is about the energy meridians, the way we do things. He is really sucking that water down, which is good. Is there a video for the points for the migraines? No, they're individual. There is, I created classes, and that's what I'm trying to do, is I feel like I need to create another live class. But I keep hearing that how people that don't have money, and it's like, oh my God, I don't know how to get it. That's my hurdle. That's what I have to heal. Let's see. Hi, Autumn, and Kelly is communicating. I have had a chronic migraine, 15 plus months, had to function at time. Oh God. Well, that's what you can ask for, as far as like, I've had migraines. Is there, because there are certain codes, there are certain things that happen. So I know that I have three very distinct tools, maybe 4, 5, 6, a bunch of free ones. But to understand that my body just told me that I don't have to be out of sync. Am I still Brenda? Yeah, I can feel how my whole body's humming. That means I can start having great success. I can actually start to look forward to it, and I can ask Spirit, thank you for showing me. All right, let's get on today's show. And I'm like, where's my stuff? Rearranged a few things. Just have to remember where it's all at. Let me open up my email. So we're going to get here a ton of bling, 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 because I got like 10 emails. Here we go. Slowly but surely. Wish I could just activate the one. That'd be great. It's not kicking in, but I believe Ayme, I saw on my phone, Ayme has paid for 3 PIFs, and she is going to be on today. That I know. I know somebody said they sent me, I think it was Nita and April Lynn. I'll tell you in a minute once my computer works. And there's just everything's trying to come in. I meant to open it earlier, and I didn't. That's okay. Let's get to the next page. Well, I'm going to write down what I'm certain of. I know that that's there, Ayme, and then PIFs. Pay it forward, a PIF. And we have 3 that's up today. Did we have any, Judy, what'd you write me? Did we have one? One from last week, or did it? Oh, Nita says, I sent for a reading on video. Oh, sweetheart, you're coming on. All right, so hopefully that'll kick in and I'll see it in seconds. I'll put Nita down. And then she said in 2 piffs, so that we're up to about 5 piffs. And so I know one of them is automatically going to be Morgan's, and I will put down Autumn. We'll see how many people's names get in, and then if we have to, we'll do the duck game. If not, then I will do it accordingly. Looking on everybody's screen. Whew. Sorry to make you wait so long. Oh, okay, gotcha. And I think April Lynn has one that has to do with a chat. And I'll put Thor here. And it's not, I don't know why it's not getting. Oh, that's bizarre. So a chat for me. Okay, so we will get the chat. And then we have Nita, which is written there. Awesome. So we're going to jump right in. And I'm going to go right on over to April Lynn. Is she here? And then if not, I'll get the link and we'll go ahead and over to Nita. But we're going to look. Is April Lynn here? Because she's got the chat up. Did we find out if she's taken, and she might have fell asleep because she gets up so early to work. Don't see here. Usually she'll tell me if she falls asleep. Oh, there you are, hon. Okay. All right. Yes. And how do you can give back when people have given? And that is to share the video. Also, share it to groups, then it can show up and then your name goes in a drawing. So all these people have paid, your name's going into a drawing. Now, I have reels. When I put these reels up during the week, anytime, if I see your name's going to go into a drawing. Right now, Ayme has gotten her, very supportive and giving back in that fashion. She'll leave a comment and it's, it's awesome. There's all these different ways that you can win. And don't let that make you shy. Yes, even bring a friend. So if Lisa comes in and I've never read her before, then you get your name in the drawing and she'll get extra time. So Miss April Lynn, let's figure out what Spirit wants. Now, instantly, it's like you heard today's show, right? So part of you is thinking, could that possibly for me? So I'm looking, is there any part of your body that has, in your 50 trillion cells community? They said yes. Okay, so I'm going to go that route if you are willing to play with me. So see, they don't want to say microbe. They just said the community. So there are community parts of your cells that has to do with, and they says, that also feels startled. Now they're showing me the stomach. They're showing me startled. And they said that there's also a lie. So did you relate to my story? Because I'm looking at how the people that you love, yes. Okay, one place. So yes, so startled and lie. So I was startled by how my loved one, the man that I loved, and how he would, and I just lied to myself. Oh, that's just him. And then I left. So we have to go back in time. They want me to have you go back to when you were 24. And they said that there was a certain amount of blaming. Oh, you have something going on similar to me then. So there is a part of the body that's doing the blaming. Okay, it's holding the blame. Holding the blame or is blaming? It's the feeling of just blame. It's like, doesn't matter which direction, it is just how you know blame. Okay? And they said that we want you to pay attention to the intention is blame. We are going to use a magnet on both sides. We're going to do the lung. Wow. Are we similar? Yeah, yep. Okay. All right, so we're picking this particular thing at 24 because it seems to be a very dominant control factor of the way the body is functioning. So you're going to go left side, left wrist, and then you're going to use your hand or your magnet onto that point right there. And so do that, of course, 24 times, 12 on each side. Then give a deep 30 times, and then you're going to do it with the right wrist. And then when you're done with that, you'll let me know, because they said I'm going to now, and it's startled. So if you can, it's blame, but we're going to look at how the body, so this is to do with startled, distrust, and blame. But blame is really what we're looking at in this part that you're rubbing out, because, it shows me the body. Which one is it? The cells are sluggish, and then feel diminished. So the light that is supposed to flow through us, especially through the thing you sent me, the fascia, is not as bright as it should be. It's not flowing. They use the word not flowing. So the lie you told yourself, For me, all these other excuses and reasonings of why I should not stand up to him, walk out that door, doing any of that, and putting up with it. Because at that point, I was like, but I don't want to lose him. And so it was like, I didn't realize that I needed him. I was told, that's the lie. It's like, you need me, and, I don't need you, but you need me. Okay? And so there's this convinced that you can't really do anything because you need them. Okay, she's done. They're saying another. Okay, so we're going to go to the stomach now. And they're saying something that has a lot to do with procrastination in that lie. So because of this that I think it is, you need me. There's a procrastination. It's like, I can't really step into my life. I have to step out of my life. But at the same time, your soul is not going to stop you. You're going to change this. So they want you to go in. You're going to use a magnet on both sides. We're going to do the stomach. So you're going to get, your hand, and you're going to find that point right there. It's just before the curve. It's right smack dab on top of the foot. And you'll feel like these little bones right there. Remember, use a magnet and then rub deeply 30 times. Left side first, then the right. She says, I see blame alone in other people. Okay. And it's interesting is this vibration just sits there. Now, we can mentally and emotionally remove blame. And then when we start seeing it, like she said, in other people, okay? So this doesn't mean it's here. It's rings out, but it's like a bell. It's not the same as a bell, though. And I haven't figured out the right picture terminology, but it's there. It's like an enclave. It is a blame enclave. It's singing to its own tune. I'm not sure how to explain it. But yes, now let's see what else we got. You recognize distrust, and this is your behavior. So let's look at the behavior. The behavior is a memorized belief system. The behavior is not to trust. So I feel like you need to learn, okay, ego's intuition is I can't trust. When I'm picking up, no, I can't trust because I feel their energy is trying to control me. Your left knee is stiff. Oh, that's right. You had problems in your knee. So let's go down to the kidney on the left foot. And I think that has a lot to do with your knee, because it's like the energy is meant to force you to become weak. Okay. And we're going to use a magnet. We're going to use a magnet on the left side, and it is the kidney. And the intention here is you can think of your knee. And you're going to go follow the big toe behind your ankle bone, behind the ankle bone. and use a magnet and open that up. And I forgot to ask you how your knee was. Okay, so they're showing me another point. Use a, what do you want me to do? Okay, all right. I'm gonna put my leg up for this one. Because I left my other tool in the other room. It's like you're not allowed to follow your destiny because of these energies that invade. You understand? And it is this weakness that you recognize yourself as, and you feel this policing that goes on. One of the things I'm going to have you do, see if I can do it. I only need one screen to do it in. Okay. Left side, and where this bends, right in there is a point. Now you're going to have to start to really open this up. Okay, so you can go down by your ankle, of course, you're going to rub that, but it's right there. They said something about how there's the damage in there. And I said, and when I asked about damage, they said, energy. So it's not that it's necessarily torn or any of that. It's just the energy, the disbursement that's supposed to go through is like a roadblock. It's like if you were going to go down a road and there's no way around it. So the energy is like, I asked if it's a pooling on the one side. They go, no, it's dispersing, but it's a great limitation. That's where it hurts. It's right on that spot. So after you rub it, then I want you to actually get a magnet. And you're going to do both sides, but you're going to do it slowly. So like when you're laying in bed, let's say this is where it hurts, right? I will get my magnet and I'll lay it down and I'll just sit there. Give it about 5 minutes, then take it off, give that point I showed you on your knee, and then flip it and leave it there. Now, if you have a nice long one, you can put it so that it's above and below where the ache is, but just leave it there. This is an actual acupuncture point that is, because the point is supposed to go along, right? It's supposed to go along. This literally dips in. And that's not how that energy is supposed to go. It's not supposed to dip in. So we need to give it some juice. And that means you're going to have to go down to that ankle bone and get the energy from the reservoir, which means you push in and rub. So I would use a magnet and push in, do that 30 times. But you also have to use the magnet. So you're going to flip and then flip. But, make sure you rub that point. Try not to hurt it too much. But you can even take, when you feel like, oh, it's not too bad, you can take a I'll put a I don't have my bobble wand here. But you can go and you can just say, okay, we want to imagine that you're bringing it back up to the line instead of dipping down. So if you got that intention, all of a sudden it may spin backwards. Let it go. It may break it up. It may go the opposite direction, but when it's all done, it'll literally stop. And so it is to help bring it back to the surface so that you can get your knee back to healthier normals. Okay. We're going to take the, the link, and we're going to go over to Miss Nita, and it's going to be good to see her. Whoops. It's weird because I can feel the dexterity on my hand because I've used this mouse, not on my big computer. I haven't been on my big computer in such a long time that I've been using this mouse, and I can't control the mouse on my big computer. And then I was working on my big computer, and now I can't control this mouse. Like, what? It's like my dexterity is really weird with it. It's really weird. Oh, yes. we're gonna when we're done, we're gonna be talking a little bit about something that we talked about last week, and then my moderators or you guys remind me. So if when Morgan's in the room, we're gonna talk a little bit more about aliens. We're gonna talk a little bit more about something that oops. But we're gonna wait until after this expedite. We're excited right now to find out how can I help and all that. Charlie's being a good little boy, which is a good thing. But energies, when I felt that when you feel like you're not of this world, I think I need to explain a little bit more deeper because it has nothing to do with the way that people think that it's to do with alien implants or anything. No, it is. I don't feel that her soul has ever been recycling is like it was. Like you can come from a different planet where a lot of us have just kept recycling through hell. Can't get off the damn wheel. Holy crap, did you lose weight? You don't even look like the same Nita. Oh, okay, let's get that the audio right. But yeah, you don't even look like this. There we go, got it. But no, you don't even look like your hair's cut. What do we got here? You just look like your really young version. Get your mama. I don't feel like it's you. Wow.
Well, that's because I probably am not. This has been let's just say 2023 ended with a bang. And it has been, I don't even want to call it a rough year because at the end of the day, I'm still smiling. Like I'm still choosing joy. Some days are harder, but I don't give up and I never will. So
I hold that space for you. I know you won't. Yeah. Get you there.
I felt it. I felt it the other day.
Oh yeah, that's right. You wrote me.
Yes, I'm telling you. So even though it's been rough, Spirit has still been showing me my rewards.
Good.
Like, oh my gosh, I don't even know where to start. It's just like so much. That's what I get for being gone for a while.
It's okay, but whatever you want to share, honey, whatever you want to share. I mean, or we can just jump in. I wish I could share
everything, but there's just not enough time when we do these type of lives.
Oh, I know. Okay, so let's zero in on helping her though. Because you did pay. And I appreciate that. I really do. When I'm looking at this, Spirit says something about you don't believe in your deficiencies anymore. Where you would always seem to work really damn hard to prove that you're not deficient and you can keep up with the big dogs and all these other things. And they said your deficiency, your belief of your deficiency has completely changed.
It has.
It's now you don't even have to prove. You're just acting. You're embodying it. You're just like, get out of the way. I'm doing it. I'm not even have to explain it anymore.
Yeah. And I love that you're saying that because for my review for my job, that's basically what came up because they're like, you know your shit. Like I was one of the top dogs for team lead position. But they said the only thing is like, you know your shit, but you still doubt yourself. And I'm like, yeah, and that's something, I find it funny you say that. She's like, yeah, we're going to work on that. So I feel like even though you haven't been in the picture, you have. I love it.
No, I love it. I'm not haunting
I'm reminded
anybody.
of you every day. Oh, and Ayme. I'm reminded of everyone every day. So I know it's time to come back because it's coming in the synchronicities.
Right. Let's explain this. Her soul's urge was, I understand your language. And I'm like, awesome. And even if I'm not in her space and I hold space, there is nothing to do with remote viewing or none of that. This is a grid that I send up with intention that her name's Nita. She's the only one that's got that code. Whatever she chooses in life, I will support it. Okay?
Yes.
And so that when she's like, and then all of a sudden her spirit part of her looks up, it'll be like this little kind of hope going, you've got this. Yes, I do. Yes. And it has nothing to do, and people will tell me that they showed up in their dreams or I've showed up in the real life and somehow they're like, oh my God, I seen you right there. And I have these reports back and I'm like, I wasn't doing anything. I'm in my house doing my stuff.
You were doing this in your sleep when you came to me the other day. I logged into work, the first call, Brenda. Oh, Leo. Oh, Brenda, you're freaking here. I feel you. And it was
signs.
the most beautiful feeling. And it's like our souls knew I needed that, because that day was, whoo, our systems went down. It's been crazy. This age of Aquarius, ooh, so much interesting is gonna come up.
Technology.
And it's just everyone, shadows are going to surface. Do not take anything personal with what anyone projects to you. It is your soul literally telling you what you need to heal.
Oh, exactly.
I've had the most ugly people come to me this week, and I'm like, dang, I need to heal that.
Wow. Okay, we had this the 3-day okay, all I can tell you is that we had this 3-day event. It was like the something and it ended in the 18th. February, and then ended at the 18th. And it reminded me of Easter. It's like you have to go to hell and then you'll rise. Because the energy, the energy, like the exact energy that came the next day was get on your purpose. This is the new God's timeline. And it was like, oh, see?
Yeah. My spirit keeps telling me, weather the storm, you're going to see the rainbow.
Oh my God, yes. Yes. It was horrific. Those 3 days it was horrific. I was like, holy crap. But I feel like that's now past and we don't have to do it now. It's like, that's done.
Yeah, well, like all this stuff going on with technology, it's not only technology's way of showing us meat suits, hey, technology needs to evolve, but it's also showing us like, hey, meat suits, you need to evolve.
Exactly. And I'm just going to say one more thing about this, and that is this. We have always been in the levels of consciousness, we have always been feeling like helps from whatever it is and whatever story, like for instance, angels and guides and all of this. But guess what? Our training wheels are off, people. We have enough knowledge now and enough confidence, we can go solo because we have each other. Without realizing it, from heart to heart, soul to soul, the namaste is that we recognize the light. There'll be some that have no lights on at home at all. Those are not the people you're supposed to connect with. You're supposed to be connecting those that know their job, know where they're supposed to be. It's this different knowing. So we don't need the training wheels.
I am finally getting to a place, like, seriously, I really see why Spirit was like, hey, woman, get in that call center, because it's whipping me into shape. I still need practice on seeing what Spirit is telling me, what I need to heal within. So I just go with the feeling. I'm always kinesthetic, so it's always about the feeling. And I'm starting to believe like Spirit is trying to tell me, like, don't worry about understanding with words and knowledge. You're going to understand it here because your way is through frequencies.
Okay, yes, because that was the other thing that this weekend, she just reminded me. I've been trying to bring in, and now I am bringing in, frequency healings. And you completely just reminded me that, yeah, Ayme had a session, and the next thing you know, this information was coming through. I completely forgot about that until you just said it. So let me look at this.
This is why. Oh, and another interesting thing, because my body has just been going through it. And so when I was watching you doing your live, I was, feeling it. And then you started doing your source point. And I'm like, oh, it's a good idea. And I said, okay, Sarah, I'm going to do source point. Spirit told me no. And I was like, what? Why? Is this ego? No. Are you sure? Yeah. No, this is ego, because Spirit would not tell me no to source point. And then I was just like, do I have to wait for Brenda? Yes. Okay.
No, we understand why. I love it. You listen. I love it. Okay. So in this case, I see, and I don't have a word for it. That's what I've been trying to come up with. This is what I've been forgetting. I've got like 4 different words. So I'm just I don't even have a protocol sheet that I want, but this is okay. So what you're going through.
Oh my goodness, startled. My husband just scared me.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to say, what are we going to work on? Thank you, Spirit. Thank you for listening. And thank your husband for the startled. Everything works for a reason. Okay, so I'm going to touch myself, but it not have nothing to do with proxying. It is the fact that I'm in my own control tower, and it's consciousness. Okay, let's not separate things. So she's doing her thing, I'm doing my thing, but the thing is she's startled. So I'm going to check, and I'm going to check out the alarm points. She's strong on the lung. I'm going to go to the, I'm just going to go through the whole sequence because it just makes it easier. Oh, kidney is completely way down. And so as I'm looking at the kidney, I mean, that dropped like a log. So you're going to put your hand left to right. Put your hand on the right kidney. So reach in the back as best you can. Use your intention. And then you're going to take your hand and do you want her to do this or this? Okay. Again, don't have words. So I'm going to... So the hairline is here. And so you got left brain, right brain. So you want to go right in the middle, right? So you want to make sure you hit both sides. And you're going to breathe in as you're holding that point. And then you're going to breathe out. Do another round. And then you're going to come down to your thymus. Why do I wear these chunky necklaces? Okay, now come to your thymus. And you're going to do 2 rounds of breathing here as well. See, now that just feels good. So now I'm going to check her kidney point, and it's nice and strong. So I'm going to go to the next, and there's another round of that. So I'm going to go check her governing, and I'm going to check her central, which is way down. So you're going to put your fingers here, and then you're going to... Now, now we're going to have to rub just a little bit on that central point so that we can kind of stretch the point itself. So breathing in and out a couple rounds. Yeah, do the rocking if necessary too. And then always come down to your thymus when you got a second. Oh, so when she gets all that, and for some reason, we don't have to call in the frequencies. It's like the frequency can be found in the voice. If you can voice measurement, and if you're stressed, you'll hear the different frequencies in the voices. If you're happy, you hear the, So this somehow is we're creating a tsunami in the brain. We're balancing the heart and the thymus, but we're also affecting the vibrational voice box type thing. I don't know why they called it that, but that's what they did. So now I'm going to just double check because it was startled. That one seems to be clear. Oh,
the hidden heart is okay. That's in my spirit.
Hidden heart. Okay. No, that's fine. And I said, yeah, that's what we're going to do. So we're going to now use intention, and this is to do with more of a frequency of the hidden heart. So we have a high heart and all these other different energies. So we're going to look at, see where it's at. And they're telling me that is a morphogenic field. So in the aura, there is a habit form, and that is the heart part we're going to look for, because there is a heart seal. And if I ask which chakra, and I'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th chakra at the morphogenic field part of the thing, and it's the hidden heart, not the high heart, but the hidden heart. So in this case, we're going to do SP again, and this time we're going to look at hold the intention of E. The E, okay? Frequency E. So that's all you have to do is frequency E.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're just going to do the same thing again. I'm going to check to see where you are at. Large intestine. So that means you're going to take your, I need a belly button chart. But here's your belly button. Go out 2 fingers on each side. So you'll end up noticing that out there. So you can put your fingers like this. And if you check, you got like nothing. But we're going to think frequency E. Okay. Put your other hand up here. Get into the vibration. This is about that hidden heart, that energy out there. So you would say all that is. We don't really need to have to repeat everything. Oh my God, this feels like it's slow, but then now it's speeding up. Oh, that felt like we went through sludge. And then, of course, she's going to do her thymus after she is done, and she's going to breathe a couple rounds and tap on that. I hurt my rib a couple days ago, and I think I just helped release something. So it's all of a sudden it's feeling better. Okay. Now, see, she's embodying it. Notice how she's embodying it. She doesn't doubt. She's not going, this isn't weird. She's like, she's embodying. And she
It's
just,
a way.
I just heard you
It's hard
hear
to
it change.
explain.
Yeah, you just heard it change. Explain to me what it is that I saw and heard.
What you saw is the vibration of the frequency rising.
Yeah,
That's the
yep,
best
yep.
way to describe
Yeah,
it.
I saw it and heard it at the same time. It was like, woo! So the tone of how her filters would be have now changed. So I'm going to just double check that particular part of it, and that's strong. We're going to check to see there is another thing that's connected to this thing we're working on. And so I'm going to just double check again. Pericardium, the reproductive system, not the pericardium of the heart, but the pericardium, the reproductive system. So left side,
Makes
right side, we're
sense.
going to go right side. So you know what that point is just above the hairline, a little
And
bit
the
more to the right.
inguinals?
Like right here, because my thing, so you come up just a little bit here, because my belly button's here.
Okay, by the bone. Okay.
Where my fat is, is there a bone? There's no bone there, even when I push it in.
My
So
fupa, yeah, my fupa. That will just.
It's okay. Get in there. Yes, little muffin top
in
area.
there.
Let's get in there. But anyways, we got the intention down. Let's get in there again. Oh my God, horse manure. What the hell? Okay, keep. Ayme said that her voice is changing. Oh, excellent. Okay, where are we going? Why do we say that? Oh, so there's a hidden lie there that forces you to behave. So. I should go into that.
I just got a download.
Ah! I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, because he gave me the clue, and so it was like ding. My phone even said ding. So that lets me know I got a download.
I love the fact she listens to that language with spirit. I love it. Now, this deficiency thing, I don't really see it. And the thing is that the reason that you doubt is because that was how you kept yourself safe.
Yes.
And now it's not true
Because
anymore.
the dumber you are, the more you can't really hurt people.
Oh, okay. Very good. You're going to make sure when you get done, you are going to hold L2D. Because it's not your mask anymore. It's not who you are at all. Now, I want you to just check your body. We didn't even do anything else except for that.
I feel better. I feel better. Way better. But it's just, that was beautiful, by the way. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The spirit has been communicating so much through music. Music is oh gosh, it's just like part of the source.
Okay.
It's part of the source because
it is. Everything is.
That was created. I don't know how to explain it. I get like bits and pieces.
Now she's recalibrating. She's recalibrating people. This is why she's rubbing her eyes. This is why she's just her whole body and everything is recalibrating. And she's trying to think and talk, but she's like, she's got the downloads going on.
Because I'm excited.
Yeah, she's got all these things happening. And I'm going to we're going to do one more thing, I think. We're going to do both sides. We're going to use a magnet, and we're going to do the liver. We got to process out. Okay. We pick up people all the time, and we may do something, but the point is that it's affecting your liver. So you're not able to process and some of these chemical peptides out, whether it is something that we're drinking or something that we ate or something that people. But
it makes sense because in my human design chart, I have a gap. So I don't have, my energy doesn't meet there. And it explains why I have the anger, the worry, the crown.
Okay.
This tooth specifically is linked with worry with the liver.
Yep, okay.
So my gallbladder, thankfully I still have it. Do I have to rub the left or right side?
We're going to do left side first, and you're going to go, you know where this is, but maybe they don't. But the liver, and that is between the big toe and the second. We're going to follow the two bones up, and then feel how they come together and fall forward. Now, she's going to use a magnet first, and then she's going to rub that and do the left side first. Now, this is intentionally helping the body move the chemical peptides. Now that she has changed a little bit of what was going on, as I check the field, it is, I said, is it still there? No, it has moved out. So you're getting ready to open up that heart seal in the aura about the voice. But
I love that.
but there's
I
something
love
about
that.
how everything is that your journey, that's not a quest, it's a journey. So you just have to become more open as weapons. What is used as a weapon? Why is it necessary to have it as a weapon? And it comes out as cute, innocent,
Oh,
kind. Ah, but there's these hidden gaslighting, hidden weapons, hidden stuff, hidden, and you're going to be bumping into different kinds of levels of people. And what does that mean? It means you are going to notice how some weapons are that would have worked or may not work. You in
yes.
and you're going to go, but do I need them as Nita, the 5%
I'm
Nita?
already, I was, yes.
Okay.
I guess Spirit showed me the journey to that this week with how hectic things have been.
Yeah.
But this Friday, yeah, it was really crazy. I had one member and I was just like, you know, take a deep breath. They were just,
Yeah, and sometimes
and
you
then,
have to talk into the language, but at the same time, they don't want you to
okay.
track them in anymore. They don't want you. So you did both sides? Did you do both sides?
No, let me do the other.
Okay, you do the other side.
But no, actually, that call ended up with her being content and happy and thanking me for my service.
Right. And so the strategy is, do we need to have that hiccup? Do we need to track that in?
No.
And so love is a weapon. And it's like you're going to be watching whether you do it, they do it, however, but I want you to start to learn to be more that 5% in an observation live experience, because you're going to get these live experiences. But I want you to stand outside and go, why is this necessary? Because your
I will.
confidence is going to come up to the point you don't have to doubt. You can just you're the trusting and the knowing. I think that last download was like, yeah, I've got this. Okay, thank you, Spirit. And then you're going to find a different word. I think once you start to hold, what did I tell you, R1S? I think that's what I told you.
L2D for the
L2D.
math,
Okay, there we go. Okay.
for like dumbing down
Yes.
for the lie.
Yes. Take the hiding the mask. Yes. And that's important to get that off. Is there anything else?
Okay.
No. Yeah, your eyes are going to be open, and at the same time you're going to be able to learn how to be that spiritual part that's using discernment, taking note. And the biggest epiphanies I think you're going to start noticing is how people will use very specific energies before they open their mouth.
Yes. I could tell just from like, even though every phone call I get, it's the same tone, like from the ringer.
Yeah.
I still feel the energy. And I always say, like, I have the mirrors, you know, and
Okay.
I'm gonna choose my happy.
Okay.
So knowing, yeah, like it's crazy how
So when you
everything
do
is
when you begin to see this and you start to notice this, you don't have to, from my understanding, you've made like a
believe
disconnect,
it.
so you don't have to follow and believe it. And I feel
And
like you're going to
right.
go, wait a minute. And when you do see it, because you already have this, I want you to do L3D, because your body's like, oh, I have to go in pending doom. I have to, and it's that scalar, I haven't talked to anyone. I'm not sure how much you watch, but it's the,
Solar. I know the solar.
oh, okay, good. So it's that field, and that field of how you're supposed to show up if this energy shows up. You're like, no, I'm not participating anymore. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to go, you've changed. And yeah, you like my wings? That's what you're going to say. Because you are not, you're like, yeah, I'm not going back to that. No, sorry. You don't like this,
and
I'm
it's
out of
showing
here.
in my home too. Like
Oh,
my
good.
husband, you know, he kind of has a hard time with drinking a little bit, but he's doing better. I mean, he fails a lot of days, but he has good days, and it's the same as my journey.
Right.
So it's been really great,
And
then
respect.
and respect. Yes.
Aw,
Yes.
it's good to see you, babe. And I,
Yes,
again,
good to see you.
we are holding
Yes,
space
I
for
know.
you. All right.
I'll
Hey.
be back.
Oh, good. Well, this is excitement to see you already. So good. All right. I love you, babe. We'll talk to you later. Okay. And
Me too.
thank
You
you so
guys.
much for caring about
Bye.
yourself. All right. Bye.
Bye.
This can be a good thing. This can be a good thing when you do. That's a wave. What she just did was a wave. She went out on a wave. She had to go out on that wave. And I just wrote about that in this weekend. But it's necessary, because the way that you need to show up for yourself is to understand that when the consciousness and the subconscious mind meet, You need to be yourself. And when you can't be, you'll go out on a wave to go out and discover how you did things. And then you have an opportunity to heal these things. So somebody has paid, let me just see where I'm at. And Antonio, it came through as Antonio. So I got Nita and April. Who is this and what screen am I looking at? Somebody is paid to do video. Oh, over there, Gabby. You're there. Can you come live? Because usually what you paid for was a video. So, no, okay. And okay, so we can't do it live there. You can if you want to. You don't have to. But the reason, no. There's nothing wrong with that. You have an opportunity. If if I had, you came over to Medicine Woman Solutions fan page, you wrote me, I could send you a link and you can come on. But the thing is, it's about communication. It's about communication. She's on TikTok, so just so you know. And that's fine. That's fine. So there is opportunities, and we'll just, as long as I'm aware of what we're doing and how we're talking, I will pause a little bit more because you paid for more time. That means I'm just going to figure out a way to do it. Is there a topic that you want me to look at, Miss, just Gabby? So what would you like me to address? So it's up to you how you want to do this. Because we have the lag. And, but that's okay. We can do it. This is really important that you get it, because when people pay this, it means that they want something. They just don't want words. They want to make a difference. You're with the flu? All right. So in this case, we want to help you get out of the flu. Is that what you would like? I have, okay. Rough cough. You got a rough cough. So we're going to look at that. Okay. We own a lot of birds, and I just see a bird flying around. I'm just like, man, there's no way I can get out. So there's a lot of worry. Immediately my mind wants to go into, I have to worry. So I'm looking at how the body is, the body itself, how the body consciousness is functioning. And the flu has a lot to do with getting caught up in the anxiety of how other people believe about the flu. So anybody around you that has the flu? Anybody else around you that has the flu? I feel like first you got to get into this. Now, the flu was to help you relax. I know that sounds funny, but I hear that like the flu was like, are you busy, mom, or something? Are you busy? Do you put everybody first? Because what I'm getting is that it's like your body is just like. Now, if I look at this rough cough, I do see that you have a really bad the magnetic flow, and you took in somebody that was yelling and screaming. Did you yell? Did you meet anybody that broadcasted a very strong sense? Oh, thank you for the stars. Of a strong sense of helplessness, and okay, how do I explain this? Okay, so when my sister was carrying me when I was a little girl and I had cut my leg open, she screamed, and that shrill went through my body. So were you around somebody that was helpless, and the way they broadcasted it, whether it was through gestures or voice or asking for help, have you met anybody with a very strong sense of helplessness? Okay. The reason why is because your body took in, she said yes, your body took in. Now, as I'm looking at this, that's not your emotions. It's not your story. But it was so loud that you're like, what? And it had gotten to you. And what happened next was that you then did no longer feel safe. And it was not about the fact you didn't feel safe. It was their needs. So remember, we have Maslow's hierarchy of need. And the first thing is that you have to make sure that you have shelter, food, love, comfort, safety, security, stability, all of these things. And when those are not met, life can be a bit hard. But I feel, okay, so you picked up 2 emotions that were broadcasted out and you picked it up. Now, these are stuck. They are what's called like a psychic attack. It wasn't thrown at you, it was just in this area. The first one is I feel helpless. The second one is that I have to constantly feel like there's an impending doom, impending grief, impending. So, can you relate to either one of those? We know you said helplessness, you understand impending. It's like you are now meant to give more of your life force to someone because they need that. So, do you have needy people in your space? Helping people always. Your body is now being okay, let's take care of these emotions first. So you're going to think and write down, okay, your soul is saying you can't do that anymore. You got to start putting yourself in your values equation. I value me. I needed to take care of this vessel first. I needed to find my balance. So you're on a soul's journey of learning how to find yourself. But in this case, we got to get you back first. Okay? So you're going to take and write down helplessness and impending. You're going to say psychic attack. Again, this is just energy in the space. You swooped it up as your own because it shrilled into your body. And now your body doesn't know what to do with these fields. So you're going to take your hand and you're going to place it on your forehead and you're going to say impending doom or psychic attack, impending doom, helplessness, and then take it off. Come back to the front, and then you're going to say impending doom, helplessness, psychic attack, and then lift it off, start it again, psychic attack, impending doom, helplessness. And do it a couple more times, okay? Okay. Yeah, we don't talk. Psychic attack is, again, energy that is motions that are left out there, people's fears. And when it is, and if you don't have your shields up, you will absorb them and your body will think this is me. And I'll explain a little bit more. So just make sure you say psychic attack. There you go. Psychic attack, impending doom, and helplessness. Lift off, do it again. And you're just about done. So I was in a store getting groceries, and all of a sudden I felt my whole body as if it had died. I thought I was going to lose my bowels, my bladder. I felt like I was going to fall right to the floor. I held onto my cart and I said, what the heck just hit me? Then I got discombobulated and bought $400 worth of groceries of shit I didn't need because I don't eat that way. I could not function. I'm sitting there at home and I'm starting to get sick. I was like freaking out. And then my spirit part of me was like, go find out if we know what was going on, right? Now, what happened in the store was the major connection. I felt at the same time it happened. Up at the register, at the counter, someone actually died. The cashier screamed, the person had gone down, the people behind them went into an emotional meltdown, and everybody was set. I had 5 emotions that I felt all at once, and my body thought it was mine. So I had to clean all that off, and then I was able to get my body back to me instead of me being exposed to thinking. Okay, so hopefully I explained that. And tell me when you're done, because that's important. Now, what's happening is that you've always felt that you had to do. So part of your belief system is that you're supposed to help everybody. I says, are you able to receive? Yes. Do you feel obligated? No. I feel I'm conditioned by my upbringing that is what you're supposed to do. Is that true? Because what I'm getting is that the body is saying, I have to make sure I do it every day. The condition says I have to do it. Just so you know. You have to start including you. Because you keep going out and you keep picking up everybody's energies that you don't know how to self-care. You don't know how to protect your aura. You don't know how to clean your aura. You don't even know how to build an aura. So I'm looking at how your body is, that you have to constantly on, mm, mm, I have to look, who am I supposed to help? Because that means I'm a good person. Oh, look at all the ones and 80s. You got 80s and ones. Mm, mm, mm. You're not living for you and spirit. You are living, you're not even heart, brain coherence. You're great love, this and that, but you are a spirit being in a human suit. You have to become this equality of spiritually human. You need to become your heart brain coherence. You need to be it. So you have to get the mind. You have to get the mindset changed. Change the conditioning. Because you're meant to do other things. You've learned what you need to learn from what I can see. I'm looking at one of the things that keep you doing it is that you have fear. You have fear. Do you have a fear that you're going to go to hell if you don't help? Do you have a religious background? Do you? I feel like this was borrowed belief system, and it was conditioned to. There's a strong belief system that if you don't do it, it'll be your fault if they get sick, or if you, there's a, and the reason I say it this way is I feel like at 6 years old, this is how you interpret other people saying you needed to help. Okay, no, I'm just very kind, feel good if I help. Okay, that's not, okay. No, I love to help people all the time too. 6 years old, your brain, okay, that is when you're just starting to intellectually be cognitive of understanding. But you interpret something somebody said, and you have been living by that, but you have not really been living as you. You've been living as that is what you're supposed to do, because I need to get that feel good. And your body's in, there's a part of you that's tired because everybody can rely on you. And is it true that you can't rely on anybody? Or because you can go to that extreme. This is why it's always important to have them in front of you, but it's okay. We're going to do it our best here. Yes. Okay, so the energy is like this. Boom, boom, boom. And you're meant to live in harmony. You're meant to live everyone me, everyone but me, everyone. Okay, so beliefs, when you're little, I was taught, I interpreted as a little that I'm supposed to, it's better to give than to receive. And oh, did I have some lessons to learn? I was going to be a good person, and I was going to go to hell if I didn't help, because it's my fault if they're in pain because I didn't help. I had the opportunity and now I didn't. Those are egos, fear, beliefs that causes a human being to not really be connected to their spirit. And those belief systems need to be tweaked just enough so that you can let love into your heart so that you can give it. Now, you've given it, you're a great person, but you forgot how to love you. Because the little said, no, I have all these beliefs. I have these beliefs and they're correct. I didn't say anything wrong. It's just that you have to learn how to receive. And if you let people just say, hey, you can rely on me, and your story is you can't rely on anybody, you are going to throw the wheel out of balance. When you're ready, you'll start to notice that you help people because it became a coping tool. So in order for you to get over any feelings of, like for instance, you feeling helpless, you help somebody else. When you don't want to feel this fear, then you go and help. If you wanted to not feel other people's resenting you, you go and help. And if you didn't feel stable, you go out and help. But you're also understanding that this coping, it's a coping tool. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's not including you. Do you understand? There's a level of consciousness. Your 6-year-old should not be in charge of your adult self. See, that means you have to go and you got to help that younger child to grow. Right now, your body says the only way you know your life is familiar and that you're certain is you keep doing this pattern. You keep doing this pattern. You keep doing this pattern. The thing is that because the energy is lopsided, your body is on 1 foot on the brake and 1 foot on the gas the whole time, and it's going to wear out. So the body is like, I don't feel well. I don't feel well. Okay. See, and this is where you're going to have to work on a deeper level. Now I'm just checking the body and I'm looking. What I want you to do, because we want to help you get you better, is that I want you to don't come straight down, but come off to the side underneath your breast area. And I want you to deeply push into spleen 21. You can look it up, Google spleen 21, and it'll show you the point. Now, they may tell you it's like right under the armpit. That's fine. Everybody got the different points, but just get in there and rub it anyway. And then follow the collarbone, and you'll get to the tips, because see, it's that indent there, and then fall into the hole. So follow it, come to there, and fall. Then you just take and you begin to rub those. Okay? Now you need to get your thymus going, because your immune system is very important. So you go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay? Then you're going to come up to your stomach. And then you're going to do the same thing. And you're just going to start tapping. Okay? You include the top of your head. Follow the hairline down the middle. Make sure you tap on both sides. Or you can do it like this. Or one at a time. You can do that several times. You don't have to start at that point. You can just start here and work yourself down. Oh. Okay. But the spirit part of you wants you to heal how you habitually operate as a human, because those energies need to eventually balance out. And the epiphany is what you're waiting for. Now, if you were to want to go, I help everybody, but no one helps me, or I can't receive, or, everyone but me, because I think that was the language I heard, everyone but me, because I have to do it the right way, or I love people, but I don't feel people that love me, but use your language, everyone but me, then I want you to go measure that. How do you know that's true? Everyone but me. Oh, yeah. How often do I say that in a day? 0 through 10. 10 would be like, yeah, just happened. Just happened. Good. You write it down. Everyone but me. It's a 10. Then you're going to take your left wrist. And I'm going to show you how to connect to your innate wisdom in your body. And you and your body. Ah! That's not funny. You shouldn't scare Mama. Yeah. Why'd you scare Mama? Okay, so you go left wrist. And you'll use your fingers, okay? Now, under the wrist at the thing is that there's 1, 2, 3. I want you to be at the first. That's where you place your thumb. Okay? Put your pointer finger in your palm. Create the letter C. Safety, security, stability. The heel of the palm and the forehead is the magic. So you're going to put that up and drop your fingers. Now you're going to feel and think how you know everyone but me. And stay there. About 10, 15 minutes. Measure it again. And when you notice that it's not a 10, but it's gone down, you're healing. You're doing it. You're doing it. No one else is. Stick with it. Get back into it until it's 0. Until your brain begins to notice life differently. Now, when you start to engage and you're aware of it, now you're going to witness. You got to witness that there was something that took place. Because this is where all of a sudden you're going to start seeing a pattern. There it is again. You're going to hold the same point. And eventually your brain and the sentence and all of these things are going to start transforming you to start including your soul. Instead of just being human and this great human, you're going to learn how to be your spiritual self. You're going to learn how to become a spiritual human. You're going to learn. And the more you start to take knowledge in, watching these shows, joining tribe, taking classes, you're going to include yourself. Self-care is not just about getting a candle and taking a bath. It's about like taking your hand and healing it and allowing yourself to become something greater than this. So if you're in this moment and you don't like it, remember hashtag this or better. And when you allow yourself to go, hold on, hashtag medicine woman solution, I'm going to do this. Okay, or hey, just on my hand and my head, that's OMG. There's other free healing tools, maybe some EFT. But you're going to allow yourself to start looking for tools. Once you witness that you've shifted, your brain is going to say, can I have more of that? Because this sucks. I want better. And then it becomes this journey with your soul. I want you to return to your 5% authentic self and learn how to operate with a heart-brain coherence so that your physical body can be more in harmony with the rest of you. And you don't have to have these mental shit shows. You don't have to do any of those things. Okay? Did that help you at all? So witness back to me anything at all. So what are you up to? Charlie? Ah! Normally, if I say it quick enough, you go, ha, 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 ha. Yes, it did. Thank you. Can you tell me how you know? I mean, you haven't done this part, but the little part you have, because you were feeling that the flu was heavy. I'm assuming you didn't tell me. You just said you had the flu. Has any of that shifted? Has any of that shifted? Because you can begin to shift it. But right now it's serving you because you need a break. You need to rejuvenate. But we're using, the only way we can do it, the cough is less. Okay. But just remember, you don't know how to stop yourself or slow down. And therefore the body says, okay, we just need it. So now I can feel that those energies that you had picked up from those people are not in your aura or your system, which is good. Because coughing is being, I need to bark back. I need to say my piece, but I can't. Okay. All righty. Says, I feel that I have finally learned how to protect myself. Do you believe in crystals to help with our obstacles? Yes. In my toolbox. You are welcome. Feeling relaxed now. Good. Now go relax. Go give that self-care to yourself. Okay, Gabby? You deserve it. Now don't skip that on this. Go heal this. You'll be amazed at what you can learn from your soul. Hi, Sherry. So I have a toolbox. It's not, don't just have one, it has everything. So if I need to go to the doctor, I'll go. If I go to my naturopath doctor, I will go. If I need a crystal, I'll do it. Like, these are fake. But I don't rely on them to be my end all. Like, I will put, if you come to my house, you will see that I have not actual crystals, but I have earth crystals. You'll go like, God, there's a lot of rocks in your yard, but they're designed to be supportive, hold up a plant, decoration. We love plants, birds, rocks, and they all love to harmonize. It's just, so yes, if I were to feel like I love selenite, and I the most out of everything that I have, because it helps really cleanse the negative energies. But it's not my end all. I use a lot of things. It's no matter what tool you have, and I've used many, it boils down to who are you in your level of consciousness? Where's your belief system? Do you lose power? Are you able to hold your energy? Is you following fear or love? And I always will return back to love. And some people can just be very super needy because they don't know how to have it or developed how to have it for themselves. So too much trauma, too much of this. Or you have this where the kid is told that, no, you have to give up you and you have to attach yourself to me because I have issues. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, we had 1,000 stars. Thank you so much, Betty. Thank you. if there's anything that you want me to do, I'll give you a reading too and help you out. Spirit has been telling me, but I've been, I won't cross that line. But if you want me to help, I'm here. Okay. All right, let's get down to this. See, now there's another reason why Spirit, all of you, and somebody new, and then we have somebody that I has my mother's name, but also she's family, and I haven't seen her in a while. So it's like Spirit saying, see, you have all this beautiful love, and you have all this beautiful thing. This is why you need. There's just that desire, my soul's purpose. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3. We have taken care of that. I'm going to double check. I think we're ready to start doing the piffs. Do you want your name in a piff? Anybody? We got Autumn and Thor. Anybody else wants to be in the piff? Just putting it out there. And just to let you guys know, your names are in the drawings. I'm looking for my pen. Oh, there it is. If you want your name in the piffs, because we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 piffs. We have right now 2 names. Morgan is already in 1, so I can talk about Morgan. I'll look it up in a minute. If you want, just say piff, please, and then I'll put your name in. We'll see if there's a lot of people, then we'll do a duck race, and if not, then we will just take and do those that are there. So right now I have Autumn and Thor and Morgan. And, anybody else. So let's talk about this just for a moment. Okay. Now, was it last week? I think it was last week. There's this beautiful woman named Morgan, and it could be identified whatever she wants to be. There's this part of her that has come in to learn about emotions and how to connect. And with her, she's very curious. She's got great questions, all of these things. Are you still, she goes, am I still disconnected from last time? Yes, to some degree you are, but that's where I think that I needed to have this conversation, Morgan. So I'm glad to see that you're here. So, I'm going to put this. There is earth, and within earth, we have heaven and hell. Okay. And these are states of mind. Now, when we're taught by religion that you will go to hell if you're not a good person, and it's not as black and white as that is, but what happens is that there's a recycling. You guys know what this is, right? Reincarnation. This is coming back, over and over and over and over. We have been on a trajectory with because we're learning how to live as a spirit being, spirit human, okay? Because we separated it for so long. We have feeling like we're trapped, or there's an enemy, or there's the devil, or there's demons, or whatever fear stories the devil has you've lived. Demons are the demonstration of how far you are from your spiritual self of love. So we can use these as parameters. Now, if fear is in control, heal that out. But the thing is that we want to start being done recycling karma. We don't want this karma. We don't want to have to keep reincarnating over and over. Why don't I get this, right? That we've had to call upon angels. We've had to create different levels of way we think to come in and help us to evolve the planet. With me so far? And it's like, oh, we're really rooting for the planet this time. Are they going to make it through? Does the planet have to because the planet is in, it's in a cycle that after 26,000 years, it's in a cycle and it has a choice. Now, one of the things about when it does the 26,000 cycle, it does this, goes through all the ages, all the cycles, and it has to reinvent itself or change. It has to go through some great evolution. There was dinosaur times. There's, the great extinction that's supposed to take place. But it's not going to happen this time. Not in the dramatic way as we used to. This is a spiritual war. This is not even a war. But people are like, World War III is coming. It's actually about, you're going to wake up. Are you going to wake up? And yes, We have more people on the planet waking up. Because there's people like me and you that have sit there and healed. Every time you heal me and you help heal others. Every time I help you heal you and help others. We're healing consciousness. So the more love we put on the planet, the more that we do that within ourselves is that we individually went in and found the answers and began to rise. Now we're connecting with other souls. We are creating this grid that we've got this. This is a spiritual thing that is to help us connect, get back into, because we're looking for unity and integration and balance. And that means you'll stand with peace and harmony and joy. And everybody's like going, but you need that contrast of the negativity. You actually don't. You can learn things in a whisper. So we had assistance all the time, all the time. The training wheels are off. We just went through a major 3-day event. We're in the new God timeline, and basically the training wheels are off. And remember when you used to learn something, you're like, no, don't leave. And then after you're like, stop hovering, I got this. Okay. It's like, I've better been here, done that. I can do it again. I got to do it with my hands behind my back, my blindfold and all this. And it's those people that are not going to go back to sleep. So we're here, we're working together. And so in order to help us with the planet, as we're shifting, people like Morgan appeared. People like the spectrum with autism, Asperger's and all that. They are souls. Usually they're not souls that recycle. They are souls that came from other planetary systems and did the same thing. They just volunteered on the soul level, and instead of going back to that planet, they came through the same channels as we did. And it just means that they came from a different place. Instead of recycling this, they come from a different place, a different level of consciousness, a different level. And we had to speed that up. I mean, this is where you're like, oh my gosh, the Gen X thinks than the Gen Ys. And so you can see it. We're labeling it. We're doing it. And so Morgan's went through the same channel. You have to go through the vessel of a woman. Okay, you raised your hand and says, I want to be a baby on this planet. I want to learn about emotions and mental. I want to know this. But at the same time, she's holding a frequency, a photon frequency that helped all the rest of us that keep recycling our little shitty asses, right? But no, we don't have to keep thinking that life's a suffering, that we have to go this way, we have to do this. So, can you see the thing is that it's not about, aliens, but it is. I know that I don't come from the same place as other people. You kind of have a feeling about this. Can I just say, I keep getting dreams about having telekinesis every now and then. Yeah, because it's part of your gift. We all have the same gifts. Like, you have different memories. You can call upon, okay, you don't have to know, but you just say, I know I had a gift somewhere, because it's just in that knowing. Okay, so she can call upon where she came from before. She can call upon, it doesn't matter whether it's in this net. The soul has experiences, and you can call upon when you were that person or when you did that thing. You just have to download that beautiful way of being. And so the more you start to go, oh, wait a minute. Okay, we have a harder time trying to recall how to do those things here, okay? Because it's the forgetting process, okay? You came here with a mission to help to create more photon energy, to help create the grid, to help hold into the new level of consciousness that is coming in and help upgrade the level of consciousness. At the same time, you're like, oh, this is going to be exciting. It is funny, Charlie. It's good funny. So it's not where ego people think, oh my God, an alien came and zapped her mama away and got her pregnant. And no. It's we're souls. We're beautiful love. We are. It's just that we come from different levels, different places, different things, different but Earth School's like a way station, but it is this hell. But everybody's like, God, I hope you make it. No, we already are making it. It's just that we now have to understand why we made these certain decisions, okay? And then what can we do now? Because we're in this space that it's like you have this pyramid of sugar cubes. And we always are trying to advocate and fight to change the government, and nothing ever happens. But if you understand you're a sugar cube and you start to change, not funny, Charlie. But when you start to go inside your body and you start to realize that it's not that it's like poor me, any of that. It is, hold on, I'm listening differently. And you start to heal and you start to do things that are so completely different. You don't have to walk and go, oh. You don't have to believe that storyline. Then it's like, here's your sugar cubes. Let's pour some colored dye in, and the bottom ones start to absorb the color. And then all of a sudden it expands in the next one. And then you start to expand this enlightenment. And so it ends up changing the top. You got to first learn to self-regulate and self-govern yourself. And when you start to understand the mechanics of how to be on a quantum field, I teach about quantum law of attraction. I may not say that every time, but that's what I'm doing. You're learning how to become a spiritual human. I just thought you needed to know that, Morgan, just in case you were thinking, oh my God, but there will be these feelings and these other things that happen. And no, you went to the same channels. I don't know if that's a disappointment or not, but it is that separation we have to do to be here. Oh, yes. I'm so proud. Yes. It's good that you see, and the strength that you have for that is it's just beautiful. Why do we all have to be the same? Well, we don't. We're not meant to be these cookie cutters, and we do have a lot of emotions the same. I would give you a snack, Charlie, if you would. That means you shut up. So we have Autumn, we have Thor, we have Kelly, and that's not working. Okay. So anybody else say they wanted a he wants his girlfriend. Yep, he wants his girlfriend. Okay, so we're gonna go on to Autumn. And we have Thor and Kelly, and then I'll give Morgan a read. Was actually not a read. Let me take care of him real quick. I don't know if he wants me to go get his girlfriend, or if he wants me to bring... I'm going to give him a snack first and see what happens. Do you want a snack? You're going to throw them all over? He's looking at the birdies out there that fly in. Okay, let him chow down. Okay. You're welcome, Morgan. All right, so Autumn, I feel like you are ready to get your thing. Let me know you're here. And then Thor and Kelly, and then I'll do Morgan last. And if anybody else comes in that wants a free reading that has never had one before, I'll give you one. But if you had a reading and you want one, I got a piff here with your name on it. Okay. All right, so there's Autumn. There's Autumn. All right, here we go again. When you learned as a very young child, they have a nursery rhyme going on in my head, but what it is that a lie was sung. A lie was sung. So when you think of twinkle, twinkle, little, you're happy. You think of that, and you may not understand the words, but when sometimes, good night, hon. So sometimes when you have something and somebody keeps chanting it enough, you don't realize they're bad words or they're unhealthy words. But it was how to control you. So I'm looking at how a lie was formed to make you helpless. That's how they thought. That's how they really had you believe. And but now this is how you know yourself. You're like, but it's familiar. This is my identity. This is what I'm certain of. And it sounds so pretty. Now you're waking up and you're realizing that it's not so pretty, but you don't know how to get past how you identify yourself with it. And they're saying that when you begin to understand that you learn how to build realities, false realities around their stories. And there's a part of you that's afraid. So have they left yet? I'm assuming this means grandma. Have they left yet? But there's a part of you that has this great fear. Who will I be when they're gone? Okay. And I'm looking at your, I'm looking at how there's a part of you that's hold a grudge in one side and then love on the other. And I feel like you're like, you haven't gotten to the anger that you've needed. Because it's like, so what we're going to have you do is that you're going to help you process what you can when you think about this. It'll look like it's it's like you were taught to have this fear, and then you have this anger because you're like, I don't like my will being manipulated like that. And then I built this life that there was something wrong with me, and there really isn't. What? Okay, so you take it slow and just whatever comes up, kind of like where I'm coming from. But when you're ready to heal, I want you to just say, okay, you know what, I'm going to do this. And you're going to take your left wrist and you're going to go to that third position. Okay. Third position, and then, so it's L3, and then push in soft. Not deep, but soft. So L3S, nice and soft. And get into like really writing it down, because right now it's just like constantly it's all you know. But if you can just kind of like going, there it is, and then you're like, there it is, then see if you can get specific, write it down and give it a number, because that's where I want you to start to bust it out. Okay, that's what I want you to bust it out. We're going to head on over to Thor here. She probably left or fell asleep. Kelly, you hear Thor or Kelly? Thor or Kelly real quick. Let's see. Okay, so let's just keep looking. Grandma, I haven't talked too much. It's more dad now. Okay, so notice that it's a theme. It's a theme. Oh, there's Thor. And then Kelly. Okay, I haven't been trying to get out of my low emotions. Just been healing through. You have or haven't? I see you says you haven't. Let's see. I haven't been trying to get out of my low emotions. Just been healing through them as I feel I am purging. Is she purging? Sort of, yes. Think I need help with the infection still. Okay. Being healed out a lot of feeling the pain and been like you're being run over track. Ooh, yuck. Okay, I've been rubbing those points. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Okay? All right, now, so this part of this infection has to do with blaming. Blaming. So when you think of how that is it the face? Just feel like if the infection could talk, it's because of this drugs, it's because of this dentist, it's because of this, it's because of that, it's because of... So what is blaming? Whatever you think that it has to do, then what you're going to do is you're going to follow along with me. And I'm just going to do some checking, and I'll show you where and when I need you to do these things. Okay. So it's the pericardium reproductive system that you are meant to take and look at. So you have to, here's my legs come together. It's on the right side, and then here's my belly button. So it's like right there. Okay. So you're going to put your hand there. You don't have to rubber nothing. God, where I got it in my shirt? A hole. Okay. Anyway, put your hand there, and then I want you to take your fingers. It's not about feeling blame. How do you know it? Just something that happened here. If your language is one of, it's because of this, that's a form of blame. It's looking for the answer, looking for the one thing. looking at. So the body is saying this is related to. It doesn't have to be necessarily the one thing, but that's what your body is saying. The infection is necessary because it's related to everything and all things it has been taught and said. And again, you don't have to feel it. You just have to understand what is the definition of it. Okay? So have you ever caught yourself going, well, doctors try to give me drugs and I tell them I can't because it makes me sick. Okay? The state that you're in, I'm asking, should we do this first? They still say yes. I want you to touch your hand there, and I want you to make sure that you're touching both sides of your forehead, or your head, and I want you to tap and breathe. Let's get this aside. Let's get this aside. You're breathing it out, and then you're going to do your thymus. Now, and Morgan, the answer is yes. Okay, so ask your question. Now we're going to take and help her because the infection is because I asked her if she's Thor. No, and I said it's about the infection. So now I'm going to help her do something really okay. We're going to do both sides. We're going to use the magnet, and we want to get the spleen going again. We want to get the spleen going. So you're going to take your left foot first, and you're going to follow the big toe. Go here, use a magnet on your, or hand on your foot, left side, and then you're going to deeply rub and penetrate. Do the left, then the right, and let me know. What's the matter, Charlie? You don't got no girlfriend? You bored? What's going on, Charlie? Huh? And when she's done with that, she's going to let me know. Because see, her left part, her left brain is like energy is not moving. The right brain is way over, and the body is just saying, "Well, I'm in charge." So what we're doing is we're balancing out the left brain, right brain, and helping. So I gotta wait. Do you know how annoying that can be? I'm surprised you didn't say, "You coming back? You coming back? Hello, cocky. You gonna talk to Mama? What's that? Are you gonna talk to Mama? Aw, can you find another word? Say something else. Fart. Okay, so okay. So we're gonna go to the right, and it's the large intestine point. You don't have to use a magnet, just get in there and rub. Right side. Okay, just rub. Okay. Now you're gonna, once you're done with that, you're going to do the right foot, use a magnet on the gallbladder. That means you'll have to follow the second toe or pinky toe up to the front of the ankle bone. Magnet. And then deeply, deeply rub. Oh. Okay. Now, as I'm checking this, I can feel that both left side, right side is working now. And I'm going to ask you, you said, Charlie, what'd you say? I don't know what he said. How do you feel, Thor? Because you felt very low. You felt, compared to what you were, is it the same, different? What do you feel? What do you feel? Yes, Kelly, I agree. I agree. The self-dialogue is the most important words we'll ever have. You'll ever hear. All right, you're getting on my nerves, boy. Waiting for her to respond. So I'm wondering if I need to get Charlie back into his cage. Do you want to go back to seeing your girlfriend? Huh? Head doesn't hurt so bad. Okay. Now, what's the mood? What's the mood? What's the mood? Is what I need to hear. Because I am asking what you do, and they said we can do one, just one more thing when it comes to that infection is, and okay, so you're going to go straight down here, put your hands here, and you're going to breathe in and then out several times, and then in and out with the thymus, and then I will be right back. I'm going to go. He's annoying me. I can't focus on what I need to do. If he just finds something else to say, I think he's trying to use his words. I think he wants to go back to his girlfriend. It's easier just to take him to her than get her out. Don't know if my moderator's here. I woke up sad, crying. Was that way through most of the day, mostly because I'm hurting. Yes, and it will hurt more when we focus on it. So let's just see if we can get the body to, she's hurt. Okay, they just said she's hurt. She's hurt. She's hurt. So I'm going to tell you to do L2D because love's a weapon. People you're hurt. You're hurt by what people could be saying or what they could potentially do. And I think that's what you're supposed to focus on, is that you feel actually hurt and that you're stuck with that purpose that you're supposed to be this. And it's like, no, we don't have to anymore. Hey. Yeah, come on. Oh, hi. Come on. You guys see Charlie? Can you get up there? Oh, sure. You got a stick? Okay. Here, you want any help? No, okay, I gotta go get the stick. You want to go up and see your boyfriend? Okay. Say hi, boyfriend. Ah! All right, you two. Go ahead and make out if you need to. All right. Ah! Oh, he's so happy she's back. Look it. I got my girlfriend. He's a happy little dude. I got my girlfriend. Ah. Yeah, they're going to love on each other. Okay, very good, very good. We're going to go on to Miss Kelly. Wait, did I do Kelly? No, Kelly. You ready? Oh. All right, Kelly. The first word I'm hearing, Kelly, has to do with suspicious. Suspicious. Do you have a suspicious nature? Has that served you to... just got a beautiful feeling of safety here. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thor, you're welcome. So Kelly, just think about it. It is, because they're really saying there's, okay, so that word, and then they go on the next word is, nothing comes easy. You have to work for it. Is there a phrase like that? So when you think about it, nothing comes easy. I have to work for it. It's very heavy. So when somebody offers you a great deal, you're kind of suspicious about it. Am I describing you, or am I describing one of your parents? Because it's very, it's heavy, it's there. And yet at the same time, it's like you're not connected, but you know it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because when they bring this up, it has a lot to do with constantly, like you can get in fights with communications, or you can take offense to when you have communications. Like, let's say you sit down and you have different belief systems than your father. They're just using that as an example. So they said that then there's just this, you can't see eye to eye, or you're, even if you explain something, and like when you're talking about foods to somebody and they're like, well, that's just, no, you know how to feed your kids, you know how to do these things. And when people's like, oh, there's nothing in it, and there's this, like, you have to be suspicious of, because some people just are not on the same level as you. Does that make sense, Kelly? At least that's what's come through. Let's see what she says. We'll find out. I said, why did you bring it up? Yes, definitely me. Difference is the way we are spiritually. Okay. The reason they bring this up is because you seem to be bumping into a lot of ego people. And it's not just in the ego or the autism community. It is the people that don't understand autism. They never had these experiences. I feel like that's where we're going. And they're going into okay, so there's some karma balancing on. I'm trying to see what this means. It doesn't make sense here because I think there's different stories playing out. That's why it looks like it's trying to force itself to be one thing. So if I were to pick up on one story, I'm hearing that you get some people that just can't tolerate because they don't know how to self-regulate. And does your son act a certain way that they're like, not normal? I mean, not to be mean, but does somebody have an attitude that's like very judgmental? And then over here, it is, you got to defend how you do things. You have to defend. And it's like, I'm so tired of this. I'm so tired of this. Then over here, it's like, again, when they come across as loving, and you're like, you know what? I'm just suspicious of your thing. You're saying that this works, but you've never worked with people. Why? He poo-poos it. Yep, my boy is 25 and he's been a long time dealing with this. Okay. Who's the he? Your boy. Yep, my boy, 25. Gotcha. Okay. But there's just like all of these things. Now, if I look at you, it's like, how do I get this connection? Because, well, it's like in one thing, I think he forgot his spiritual purpose of why he's here. And at this, they're saying yes. Now, you could work with him with emotion, like with, if, I don't know if you can touch him or not, or any of this, or if he would play along with it. Okay, so he's 25, and does she have the right to help do work on herself to do with him? Yes. Okay, so in this case, you are the guardian to some degree, even though his age is 25. Okay. Yes, my ex judges all my skills. Okay. Now, when somehow that energy affects your son, does this make sense? Okay, all that affects your son. Now, if your son would let you work on him, then I would tell you to start maybe doing some OMG, let him talk, put your hand on his head, as long as you're touching here, the hairline thing, just let him talk, you can go like that. And that would bring the blood back up. When I would play peanut butter, he's 25 though. I don't know how advanced, he's not. But it is, because I feel like there's a heavy influence. A heavy influence of like, you can, if your son was communicating, some of the words would be, hey, that's your dad speaking. Does that make sense? Peanut butter. There's all these healing tools you can do free. And your son, on you, however you want to do it, it is understanding that you can start breaking that energetic connection of it doesn't change the entanglement cord. All it does was that it allows your energy bubbles to be in your own. Ooh. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Okay, good. I explained my son was the type of doctor you are. Okay, good. So, like for instance, when I feel like your son is aware when that energy, because one of the things your son is telling me, you can't absolutely touch him, as I thought. I can see your son. Does he do mirroring? Will he mirror back? Because you can do peanut butter as a mirror. But I can see him feeling this energy. It's like if words or if it was a touch, you would go, yeah, I see it. But this is energy. And what I feel is that the X's energy is on you and you need to do peanut butter. And that is you will move the energy in just a way, okay? And I'll show you, go watch the video, and that it will just separate, okay? Oh, you can touch him. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Okay, then there's other tools. But if you can get him just even to do the peanut butter, Wayne Cook, Celtic weave, just play and just move the energy. Because this kid sees the energy, reacts to the energy that is stuck on you from the X, and then the X will like throws this energy. How do you want to put this? So if the energy towards you is that it's like one of like, it feels like a knife, this your son sees that, and that actually bothers him. I mean, it's like literally could cause his overwhelm. Okay. That's one of the things I'm seeing. You got that? So if you were to, see, Wayne Cook would be good too. I got like on my website, there's all these free healing tools. Yeah, I'm looking at this. Yeah, I'm looking, and he's like, does he get overwhelmed a lot? I'm looking, they're telling me there's something very specific he does, because I'm now feeling like I got to rock and I got to rub my knees. There's something very specific that would calm him down, whether it is, whether he screams or whether he feels like yes, it is like it's there. It's like it's too much. It's too much. And so he has to, body has to act out this energy, or he's vocalizing. I don't know where he's at, how he's doing it, but it's just like the body is like, because his body's saying, okay, I see that energy. It's freaking coming in. I don't like it. It's overwhelming me. I don't know what to do. Okay. Now, if he would allow you to touch him, and you could have your snuggles, or you can do whatever, or you can even have him do it himself, is that energy, because there's a part of him that wants to shut down when that energy is present. It's too much, I pull away. I shut down. Or I shut down and I shut down. You can do it to him, or he can do it to himself. But if you were to take your left wrist and you line up two fingers under the thumb and you have it like this, either way, it's that second position. Place your thumb. Now you're going to push in. Billy, and to my son too. Aw, my son wants a relationship with his dad, but I owe him he's doing a damage control. Aw, okay, all right. So that is the energy that's coming in, and that'd be what he's focusing on, or you could focus on, but you're going to go left wrist, second position. It's like, I want my daddy. But at the same time, that energy the daddy throws, you're going to push in softly. Yes. Left wrist, second position, soft. L to S, finger in the palm. Now, he could sit like this, or you could take and hold like on that point, and then have the other one on his hand, and he could just lay there. And you could then hold it, and if you got communications, he could tell you. You just say, think about it, and then you'll know. You're so spot on with the okay, good, thank you. Okay, you know your language with your son. But if you get to him to go, think about, like, for instance, You know when dad, or you know when you feel when daddy says this and how you feel, um, he will easily do this. Excellent, excellent. Then I would definitely start with that. And just get a number, get color, get a way to measure. And then, is it gone? Can you feel it anymore? You know, and only time when it comes up that it does, then I would do that. Now, the only other point that I would tell you to do is because there's a fear, and I don't know whose fear it is, but the son doesn't need it, but it's there. He reads it. Would be left wrist again, but this time you get on 3 fingers, and it is the 3rd position where you place that thumb, and this time you're going to push in deep, okay, finger and palm. You're going to do this, and it is this fear. There's an actual phobia. So I don't know if he actually has phobia, but he has phobia. So to just do that. Left wrist, 3rd position deep, L3D. Website, Medicine Woman Soultion, that's SOULTION .weebly, WEBLY.com. And you go there and you'll see healing tools. And when you see the drop-down list, I want you to look for peanut butter. And you can walk yourself through. You can do any of the tools there. Another one would be Celtic Weave, to kick energy out of the space. Celtic Weave is huge. Now, he actually may like that because big figure eights. Have him do big figure eights. We use a number system for anxiety. Oh, excellent. He gets an anxiety. I'm going to say straight anxiety. What do you want him to do? Straight anxiety. Well, I want you to go left wrist, 1st position, soft, L1S for his anxiety. Okay. Oh, thank you, Miss Ames. I don't know where Judy is. Yeah. Hey, you left it up there longer than I thought. Okay. All right, now your question, Miss Morgan. We'll get to. Thank you for letting me. Yes, I went a little longer. The piffs, but I'm just going to use up that last piff between these 2 wonderful people. It's 81. It's creeping up. Oh, look at 18. That was backwards. And it went 81. It was 818. Those are important too. Ever since your live, when I came on about my cat, she has made a habit of jumping on my cluttered, my cluttered bedside table. So early in the morning, and that really frustrates me because she hasn't been letting me get a full night's sleep. Okay. We're going to ask because it is that point in time that you're like, yeah, it was then. Well, I feel like the energy has changed around you. The reason I'm going to ask, there's more than one reason why the cat does this, but we're looking, and the first one would have to be that there is this the cat is taking pride in making sure it takes care of you. It's like, have you ever noticed that your cat, does your cat look like or remind you of a guard dog or a very protective animal? And it takes pride into making sure it wakes you up. It takes pride into, and I said, well, okay. And then the second reason is there's this part of your nervous system which is compensating. So that means the change. So your nerves are compensating. And there's just this part that you feel like, I don't want to feel insane. But okay, so your spirit part of you you came here to learn about emotions and how you know them. Well, I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to connect, but you just gave a key word. Do you know what it was? Frustration. Frustrates me. You have been on this journey to learn how you know, feeling-wise, sensation-wise. Maybe your feeling is that I don't feel it, but what if you digital, okay, that's one how we feel. No. How did you know? Tell me, Morgan, how did you know that you were frustrated? How did you know to be frustrated? when you start getting the concept that it's true, you do know what emotions are. You do know. Oh, I have a newbie on the count. Well, hey, I will give you a reading in just a moment. Can you see it? You got to get that crossed, that you do know what it feels or sensations or what it is. Because you know what the definition of frustration is and you have experienced it. You get it? The cat is going to keep doing this repetitive program until you understand what and how you know emotions, how you know to understand the thing you keep saying, well, I don't have anything, but you do. I think only know a few emotions at the moment. She just makes me angry sometimes. But notice, you do no, it's anger, it's frustration. See, now you're like, well, I don't know if frustration is the right word. And I'm like, is there a part of you that so it's the mental thing that you tell yourself to protect yourself. When you're about 3 months old, you mentally protected yourself because something had happened in your space. And you're beginning to wanting to heal this. So if you can understand it, you'll be doing L2D. Okay, left wrist, second position D. So something happened around 3 months old, and it was like, let's say it's nothing to do with anything sexual. It's about how you didn't know how to cope, handle, and process it. My story is I didn't know how to cope, handle, and deal and process it. So I took that bad thing that occurred, and I ripped it out of me, and I threw it into a yard. And I didn't feel it. I didn't know it. I was great. But there was no connection. There was no connection. Until one day I drove by it and I came back to me and I felt the connection. So we can put up heart walls and we can have these disconnects and it's how we process. It's how we process. And they're saying mentally toward yourself in order to process what was going on in the field. I said, what was happening around in your house? That there was a lot of emotional, hysterical shit shows when you were 3 months old. And you didn't know how to cope, handle, and deal with it. So what you did was, no, I don't want this. And so you basically said, I disconnecting from it. And so you disassociated. You have a disassociation to this. So when people start losing their shit, you're like, but that was to protect yourself. So interesting how part of me wants to cry, but I can't because it's not that strong. But you're recognizing it. See, part of your process was I don't want to recognize. I don't want to associate. I don't want, you put that wall. So baby steps, any steps. I feel like I'm going to cry. Great. Measure that. Even if it's small, you're going to grab right wrist, first position soft, and you're going to sit there. I want to cry. And just sit there. Because you put a safety blanket to protect you at 3 months old. And you did not want whatever that hysterical, let's say your mom's losing her shit because you won't stop crying, or they're in a big fight, or whatever, and then you're being, because most parents will just scream at their kids thinking it will not harm the kids at all. But I have been doing this long enough to know that's not true. So when you're going to take and you're going to go right wrist, first position soft, and just say, I want to cry. Because I think you thought you couldn't or weren't allowed to cry. And what you learned was that if I didn't do whatever my cry was, or my communication, they will stop being hysterical. They won't be upset. 3 months old, the connection was, because you would rather had peace, not the energy you got. You with me? So if you feel like you can't cry, but you want to cry, but you're not sure if you can, I just take baby steps. Don't rip off this blanket. Just take baby steps. So you're just going to sit there and go, I want to cry, but I can't, because that was what you told yourself as so you could disassociate from yourself, so that you could live in that space with people, so that they would stop responding in that fashion. That's the energy I see. And that is, I think, what you've been looking for. It finally was able to pop. Hope that makes sense. Even a look can affect you as a child. Good God, yes. So is that person that was here, are they still here? Sweetness. Okay, yes, get a general question of work and travel. Okay, so you want to work and travel. Is that what I get from you, sweetness? Sweet lion, I can't even read it. Okay, so as far as okay, so I don't predict or anything like this. I look at what you do and what you've learned and everything else that follows through to how you are going to be and will you do it. So the first is, when it comes to travel, are you going to be traveling? There's a part of you that inside that says, I'm kind of afraid of traveling. And I'm like, what? Now, this is not the older self. This is not your older self. This is your younger self that said, and I says, what's that related to? It's related to how, did you know somebody in growing up, let's say your dad traveled and your mother hated it. So there's an association that when somebody travels, I'm going to have this contempt. So there's a part of you that's afraid that's going to happen to you. Do you follow and understand what I'm saying? So did you know anybody that did traveling, and did you know somebody that was mad about it? Okay. The second part, when it comes to work, you're really passive about, you don't know of anybody. Okay, well, you may not be aware of it, but there's some relation there. We'll have to dig deeper. But right now, when it comes to work, you don't really want to work. There's a passive part of you that says, if I get a job, I'd like it to not be so physical. I want it to be easy. So it's like this. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Spider. You go over there. Don't fight me. This is the hardest for people to believe about themselves. And I probably will never hear from you again, because nobody likes to hear this. So you'll have all these excuses and reasonings, all these things that happened as a kid, and maybe you were not prepared for how to go out there in the world. I know I wasn't. And so therefore I had all of these fears that would come up, all of the anxieties that come up, and yet I had to force myself to go out there and work. And then I said, and then I ended up seeing that my mother needed help with cancer, because she had cancer. And so I didn't work. My job was to take care of her. And then I found out there was I didn't actually do the same way. So I found a passive way to work. Okay. The thing is that deep down, I was afraid to go out there. Now, when I hear this and what I'm seeing, again, this isn't the adult you, because the adult you is saying, I would like a job where I can travel and I get an X amount of money and this is all going to be great. Can it happen? Well, of course it can happen. But I'm hearing, I want these things because it sounds logical. So when I was getting a divorce, it was like, okay, here's my business. I'll stay in this side of the house. You stay in the other house, because it's a 2-part house. And everything will be great. That's how I was coping. But that's not how it turned out. So there's the thinking, and then there's actually the thing. So when I'm looking at you as the adult without looking at anything, will you travel? Yes. Will you get a job to do this? Yes, you will make it happen. But you will also not feel whole. You'll feel some sort of deficiency, because there's something that you need to learn. And is that there's a lot of stress with it. May sound logical at the moment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because what I'm looking at is how you have a dream and you want to do it, but you haven't had enough experience. God damn it, get away from me. You don't, oh, I see what the spider's saying. I don't have enough connections. And so you have to start, okay, when you start to travel and do things, you're going to start creating connections. And if you don't have those connections in place, it may not feel like you can do this. You may feel that whatever the information is, you could be afraid of it. So I would say you want to heal something, because there's a part of you that says, I have to give up my expectations. And I said, well, I didn't say that. But the thing is that inside of you is that you've had to give up when you were little. So I'm looking at the thing that you gave up was when you wanted, about 14, you wanted to do something, but you had a lot of people that were discouraging you, from what I can hear. So you taking that pattern and bringing it into the now about how you are now. This is where I would tell you, left wrist, first position, soft. And sit there and say, oh, there's the thing I want, but then I have to give it up. Well, this sounds logical. I got to give it up. So left wrist, first position, soft, and just sit there. Understand, why would you have to give things up in the past? Was there great discouragement? You asked me information, and I was like, oh, I'm supposed to deliver it a certain way. So it sounded very discouraging. Hey, where's my bird? Oh, there she is. But that's how you're used to hearing it. 2222244. Your body, you and your body want to become in sync for your future. Because you can make it all happen, but you'll be happy. Right now, you just have something that's going to make you have a bump in the road. But if you go and heal out the fact you feel like you got to constantly feel like you have to go through the strategy of giving up your dream, then I would say heal that first. Get the number down to 0 with that tool, and then you'll be able to recalibrate into something different. Okay? All right. Anybody else here that, before I go, anybody else that I've never read before? You can get your free reading before I go. Morgan says, thank you. I wanted to ask about something else, but I think something was telling me to ask about that instead. Well, that'll be for next time. I'm hoping it made sense to you, Sweetlioness. Again, my intention is not to ever discourage you in any form. You do you best. But if you can understand how to do something, you can. So I see user 170. And then I see something girl. I'm just going to call you girl. And then Tam. So your name's Tam. Okay, so Tam. And then we have, you're welcome. All right, so Tam, and then we had love a free reading. Yes, and then there's Ruth. So I'm going to go Tam first. And then the others. So Tam, are you ready? Now, Spirit will just tell me what you want unless you let me know. So Tam, one of the things I'm seeing is that vulnerability. Now, I'm watching the front part of your energy field here. This is the central part that's the energy is supposed to come straight up to protect you. But I feel like your energy is wide open and you feel very vulnerable. When I look at this vulnerability, it feels like something is being taken from you. It's like somebody looked you down, and it's like somebody just took something that you feel vulnerable and you don't understand what's happening. And what I'm looking at is there's a part of you that has had a lot of great fear. And this fear is, you learned this as a child. Oh, geez. What I look at is that it doesn't take much. Your energy, like if I looked at you and looked you down, immediately you interpret this gesture as somebody is going to give me love, but they're going to use it as a weapon and it's going to hurt me. That is what yuckers. Okay. First thing I want you to do is put that on a scale from 0 to 10. Okay. Well, it's somebody just looks. Somebody can just look, Okay. That bothered you. Now, I'm going to tell you energetically, it only takes that this is your aura. And I used to do muscle testing with people and with me. And I would always show them that if we just unzipped it or give you a look, they would lose all this power. Their physical body, their mental and emotional, everything would go. I want you to learn how to take your hand and just start to draw up to your chin. Do this several times because you lose a lot of power. So when the next time, and then rub it. And then you can even do the one in the back, come around and connect it. Now you can get those free healing tools off of my website, and the moderator will put the where it's at. Look under healing tools. Secondly, you have around 6 years old, and it's like my mother's looks could kill, but somebody could have been a stepmom, it could have been a teacher, could whoever gave you a sensation with that look. See, I'm looking, but I ain't sending any energy out. But when people get, you better obey type energy. Okay, so they're telling me that if you go right wrist, first position soft, okay, right hand, place your thumb there, finger in the palm, create the letter C, safety, security, stability, and you place this on the forehead and let the fingers drop. And you measure, God, yes, I feel vulnerable when people look at me this way. Or I feel vulnerable and I don't understand why. That's a 10. You stay there for 10, 15 minutes and you measure. And if it goes down, you're like, it's a 7. You're healing yourself. You're doing it yourself. Get back in there and heal it to 0. And then practice to keep your energy up. Okay? So when you think about how those eyes come in, you could even do one more thing. It's called sensory accessing. Oh my God, that scares me. It's a 10. Remove, transcend, let go. Oh my God, that scares me. It's a 10. Remove, transcend, let go. When you keep hearing me say that and you keep switching, you'll notice that the numbers will go down. And all of a sudden you're like, whoa, I feel better. Get it to 0. You got 2 healing tools. You can go to my website, get the third one. And I think that's essential and governing your teacher and your dad. See, you already know this stuff. Now you can use tools to balance your energies, get your power back, change your brain so you do not have to be influenced by any of it. You start to get your life force back. Okay? You got it? You're worth it. Keep going. Now, the second person. Oh. I saw, was it Shelley? And then there was the third person. Are they here too? I don't see it. Shelley. Shelley and Ruth. Okay, so Shelley. So Ruth, you'll be after Shelley. Shelley still here? Is Shell here? Shelley? Ocean Girl? Or Hung Girl? I don't know what you said. Yes. Okay, you ready? Okay. Remember to measure. Remember to heal. Don't just take this information. You guys are so much worth more than this. So what I'm looking at is criticism. It just cuts you to the frickin' quick. There's people that use criticism as a way to hurt you. Do you understand? I'm here twice a week, just so you know. Okay, wow. So I'm looking around about 4 years old, 4 months old. So in the family, there must be a lot of criticizing as a communication tool. But when somebody's angry, they have to use this tool to make it hurt, to make them feel empowered. It robs you. It hurts. And I want you to stop making it hurt. I want you to go. It's like you have to fill this quota identity. You always have to be hurt by this. You always have to. I want you to say, okay, I'm going to self-regulate this. I'm so tired of this being my world. And it's a 10. And it's happened with this person, that person. Okay, just happened. Fresh experience. It's a 10. You're going to take your left wrist, first position, pushing deep. And then you put your palms. So that's L1D, pushing deep. Place it on the forehead and let your hands drop. And then really feel and know it. Don't go, oh, it's because they hate me. Don't do that. That doesn't do anything. Well, it does with another tool. But this is either how you took the energy in or how you felt that energy. but heal it out. Get it to 0. 10, 15 minutes. Oh, it's down to a 7. You're healing yourself. Great job. Keep going. You're worth it. Get it to 0. Don't keep it around until it can grow again. Hi, Sally Francis. Have I ever given you a reading before? Because if not, I will. So we have Ruth. You ready? Who's dismissive? Who disses you? Who gives you dismissiveness? Okay? Okay? It's like, all right, now I'm getting hearing that you will talk and somebody will go, you just dismissed me. And you're like, I just didn't want your energy. You were throwing it at me. I did. So yes, you didn't. There's times that you're not dissing people. You just know that you have the right to not have to take on their heat, the hystericalness. You know. But at the same time, that game, that play of energy has kind of crushed you. Okay, you can't be confident because as soon as that you're like thinking that you know, you get gaslit. How you've had that interaction, I want you to begin to heal it because it says, I can't be confident. I don't want my heart crushed because this is yep, you can heal it. Measure it out, get it to 0, put your left hand, and we're going to start to take that feeling, sensations out of the heart. So left wrist, first position, put your thumb there. And you've got a lot of, you said your ex, so that means, yeah, I got a lot of good ammo. Yeah, I can see that. And start healing it out of your heart because your heart's rhythm is like, and it should be in a beautiful flow and a heart rhythmic coherence, but your heart is like, and you don't even have to be around it. You could just be watching TV and you're like, oh, that reminds me of my ex. Oh, or you're like, oh my God, I'm seeing it. I want you to wake up to see it. I want you to go, yeah, no, not doing this anymore. I'm going to self-regulate. I'm not going to take my power back. I don't need to be trained not to be confident because I'm going to get my heart crushed. Heal it out because you do not have to live in that state. You are so worth. Oh, thank you for the rainbow. You are so worth. And when you begin to wake up and realize that your energy field was here and he was here and you're supposed to always show up this way because this is it. No, take your power back. Heal that heart so that your heart can have a better rhythm so you can get more into love space. Okay? So did they leave? Did Sally Francis leave? I don't know. All right, I'm going to double check to make sure that no one else is paid. That looks good. Yeah, go heal. Take that tool. Don't just dismiss the healing tool. I just don't open my lips up and flap in the wind. Your energy is talking to me. You're talking to me. Loved ones are talking to me. Everything. You can heal. Okay, so have I ever given you a reading before, Sally Francis? And then we have Ayme. So we'll get there in just a moment. All right, I'm going to go over and get that link. All right, you believe so. Okay. Well, I will use that last piff on you. Somebody's paid. Ayme is actually the one that's paid. But I'll give you that one. And all right, don't come in just yet, Ames. Okay, so Sally Francis, your triple warmer is going off because there's a part of you that just doesn't feel secure. And I and the security is that it's one of those that's very important. Do you feel like you're not secure feeling? You don't have that secure feeling? Because a lot of times people will, there's a difference between being insecure about, I don't like these things about myself, but I don't really feel that you feel secure in a certain place with a certain someone or a certain thing. And this is really old because this is your 4-year-old that says that I have felt people's invading thoughts, and I don't like it. I don't feel secure here. So your 4-year-old is telling you it doesn't feel secure as an adult. I don't know whether you're seeing it in your adult space, but have you ever felt when you were little that you just don't feel secure around people? That's where I want you to go. I want you to get into that state. And if you can get into that state, it's time, because your body says, I'm ready to heal. And if you're ready to heal, then you're going to go right wrist first position, thumb nice and soft. And I want you to feel like when you feel people's thoughts, or you feel that weird, eerie feeling from people. Yes, totally. I've always picked, okay, it's time that your 4-year-old says, oh, yeah, I'm ready, let that go. So it doesn't have to serve you as an adult. So you're going to help mother your child, your inner self. Right wrist, first position's off, okay? Measure it, get, and just, because you want to get the wisdom, that's what's going to keep you safe. Keeping the fear just makes more fear. But getting the wisdom out of the fear, out of that, you're going to be so much happier and you'll move forward so much faster. Okay? Yep, I sent it. Okay, just wanted to make sure. And then she's going to come in, and then we work with Miss Ayme. Here she comes. Oh, hi, I like that colors.
I have not been in this size in probably over 30 years.
With hard work and dedication, it's not about sacrificing, it's about I want something. Your heart's desire.
And I had gotten it as it'll fit next year. And I was, for lack of a better word, I was surprised that it fit.
Looks good. Looks good. It looks soft. Is it cozy or more of a sweatshirt?
Yeah, it's a sweatshirt.
Oh, okay, because it just looks like it has a softiness to it.
It is soft, and it's got, instead of being like completely ribbed all the way around, it's like got slits on the side.
Oh, okay.
So it's very comfortable.
Well, cool. So that it's good when you have put that time and effort and you start seeing physical results.
Mm-hmm.
How can I help you, babe?
One of the non-scale victories.
Yes.
I have been sitting here. My wings were going. My body has been either way too hot or way too cold. And right now I'm freezing again.
I'll be glad when you go to that doctor. I'm just going to say that date cannot get here fast enough. But in the meantime, we're going to help you because you got lots going on. That medication, again, go check with that doctor about it. Number 2, your hormones are very interestingly not communicating. You have dropped that weight. And so I think we have to look at somehow something that's been released that was stored in the fat pockets. Okay? Okay.
Okay.
What? They're using NESS, building false realities. From the past, we're going to be looking at age 34. Something about stubborn.
34.
And you have to justify why you had to be bitchzilla. And you moved yourself in a position of power. When was that? What is it about? I'll be excited to hear.
God, what year would you?
I don't know.
I think that's when I was working over in Slayton, and I was having problems with the upper management.
Okay.
And they wanted it a certain way. They were not taking care of clients the way that they should have been taken care of.
Okay. So what does bitchzilla have to do in coming into this?
I finally I think that's when I finally got fed up with it, and I basically walked out.
Oh, gotcha.
I said, I'm done.
Okay, so is this it? I said sorta, but it really is about how you were conditioned to take that you're not supposed to trust the system.
Okay.
So this would be very much conditioned from a mom and family thing. And I said, they said, now I want you to go back to 11. So Bitchzilla had to come out because you were trained that you can't trust the system. What happened at 11? They said to even help you even more at 11, you were like diminished.
When I started working at Walmart, I just figured out the year I was working at Walmart.
Oh, for the first one, not 11 years old, but the other.
Yeah, for the first one.
Oh.
11. That would have been 82, 83. I think that's when Mom had told me that she wanted to leave Dad.
Okay, that's a strong yes, but I'm looking at her broadcast. So hers. So what kind of broadcast do you feel that she would have put out? The sense of anxiety?
It was anxiety. It was, I can't put up with this shit anymore.
So insanity, anxiety and insanity.
Insanity.
Okay.
Insanity.
So now your 11-year-old goes, that's what a woman and a married woman is supposed to feel. What did you experience in the last week or so? Did you experience anxiety and
yeah,
insanity?
pretty much.
Okay.
Insanity.
All right. So now they're saying what's interesting is that you know that when it comes to your orb, when he comes into your space, you're like, I have to do this and you have to do that. How hard was it for you to stop that automatic response that you had to become what he expected? You have built this language with this man, and that this is no choice. This is what you guys said, because both of your programs, you're going to fit together like keys, in a key in a lock. Bitchzilla and him. You have to. But you woke up and you said, oh, I hate this. Your aura's still doing it, but you hate
it. I mean, I went there, but I called the energy back immediately because it was like I was sitting back watching it play out.
Okay. But this has to do with deficiency. I have to. If they're deficient, I have to do this. And so that I don't feel deficient, because I was very deficient as a kid, is that he came in and helped me. I don't have to be deficient. He let me unfurl my wings as a bitchzilla because I could never have any part of me when I was younger. With me so far?
Makes sense.
Okay. Now, whatever medications you're on, begin to become aware that your body is saying, I don't really need or want certain things.
So the one, I haven't stopped the thyroid because that's needed for the test on next Monday.
Right. And I don't advise you to stop. Communicate with your doctor.
But I did stop taking the Mobic, which is a muscle relaxer. I haven't taken it for 2 days and there's been no pain.
Okay. So now is that in the body still? Yes. I'm watching how your body, so has it been harder to lose weight?
Yes, the last month.
Okay. So I'm looking at a hormone that seems to be stuck in the the energy is called helpless, like the emotions like this, but there's a chemical that's coming from that I'm helpless. You already know, because thank him for helping you become bitchzilla, that I don't have to be afraid of the world out there. I'm not really a helpless person. You have learned through healing that I don't have to play that character anymore. So I
Mhm.
said, what part of the body is holding the helpless? And it says, literally, my lungs are. I said, they are? He said, yes. It is the I can't. You have totally believed that you can't, whatever it is, you can't say that anymore because you have proved that I can and I'm gonna.
Mhm.
But you have a big part that says I can't. You don't know that that limitation is like, you love elephants.
Mhm.
And if an animal like an elephant is trained with a big chain that it can't get away, it can't leave the homestead, it has to permanently be there because they said so, that they can put a tooth, a dental floss, just the sensation, tied to a chair, and the elephant is not going to get away. It's so trained, so conditioned, that this little birdie decided to fly away. And when it came back, it was, I'm happy to get into the cage, thank you. It's willing to be in a gilded cage. Because out there, oh, you two, stop it. So she would rather, because she knows, she's like, yeah, I'm not going to bite the hand that feeds me. I don't have to bitch and complain anymore. I would rather be here. Now, she has the love of her life. She knows this is luxury.
Mhm.
She's got penthouse. She has food up the wazoo. She's got love. She can be a bitch to, this is why we would keep her in a separate cage, because she would rather bite the heads off all the other birds. Should I just name it Ayme? Do you see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
We know this is not really you, but in the world that you no longer really can live in, your body's going, but I don't want to play this role. You're not quite in sync with your role anymore. So
No,
you're
I'm not.
changing that next part. You don't know what it looks like. It can be a little bit scary, but you're willing to believe I can't. See, she believes she can't, and I know she could. But she also knows I don't have to work for it. It's all laying out right here. That's more comfortable. And you were always taught to, well, go pick a man whether you love him because you need to, and go do this, go do that, get your life straight, because that first level of Maslow's is, hey, I got a warm bed, I've got food in my belly, I feel safe, I got nothing to worry about. So then you would not need to have any contrast or challenges. Does this make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. So we have to look at where you believe you can't. Where is that dental floss? What is it that you don't know you need to know? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because you're like, oh, you just gave it away. I don't know if you heard yourself, but you
No.
just, okay, all right, well, let's just think. Because it wants to come up. Oh, it was like, it went right to wrong. And then it said right, but I have to hold a grudge. And so this goes back to your dad that had to do what did we say when you first got on? I said, oh my God, you're not letting me remember, so that means that you're supposed to recall something. Oh good Lord. It's the same action as your father.
Oh,
You have to be a bully. You have to, because the system is broken. I can't trust.
yeah.
So how much do you still believe that?
Just heard 80%.
So basically you're waiting for your bitch slap, aren't you? because you don't have the strength to do something on your own. That your comfortable zone is going to have to become so uncomfortable, you're going to have no choice.
Mm-hmm.
I said, is that coming in yet? No. Well, good. That means we can still work with the whispers. You and the universe have had, that's why you keep coming and doing. But there's this something about judgment, and anxiety. Judgment and anxiety. Okay, first of all, you're needed. So you, without realizing it, is that I will become less than because I'm needed. It has nothing to do with me. How are you needed? From whom? Because you love being needed. You carved a space with mom and dad, and you were convinced all of these needs. Now what? Look at her brain. Her ego ain't gonna want her to know. I just watch it go whoop, hide, whoop, hide, whoop, hide. Oh, this means you're gonna go on a quest. Grace and ease, please. Grace and ease.
Yes, grace and ease.
All right. So part of this quest has a lot to do with the enjoyment of criticizing. I think you looked up to your dad. I think you emulated. I think you wanted to be like him. So what kind of person was he? What kind of character? What kind of behaviors? So when you start to take details and down, and then this is going to be how you, hey, do you do any of those? Do you see any of those? And when you do, you're going to start to notice the mirror. And this is you stepping up going, do I want that as part of my personality?
No.
Okay, so write the list. Because that means that because you emotionally repressed. When he would act up, do what he has to do, you would emotionally repress any particular emotions. Like, and so it's marked into the brain. So like when you'd be lofty, you'd be like, you emotionally repress that. I'm a good girl. Okay. Now what? And so just think about what does you have to do to lead? What does he have to do to you to get that out? Again, you could never express what you do to Lee because he gave you that space to become you. But at the same time, it went too far. You had to show up the way he needed you. The key part here is we don't know what this means yet, but need. You're wanted. How good does that feel that you were actually wanted? Your mom and dad wanted, and you did it. Now you only have him back. So there's a difference between ego being wanted.
Yeah, there is. It's a big difference.
That's part of the quest. You're meant to, in order to help more people in your lot, when you go and do your next part of your future, is to understand this in great detail. Does that make sense? And when you allow yourself to, okay. Just grab R2D for a minute. I'm not going to say anything other than what she knows. She's got a 10, so let's just have her hold it. This is her private business. Okay, the rest of you, do you see the little birdies that are getting the food that they're throwing? And these little birds will start to come in. See, he's sitting right there. And he's like, there's food. You guys got your own food buckets, don't you? That's all you do. I'm surprised. You got such tiny bellies. Where do you pack it? We have a high metabolism. Okay, yeah, I got it. Oh, I know. You're playing statue because I'm staring at you. All right, sorry. Didn't need to look when you're eating. Resume. Go to eat. Mom's not looking. My bird goes into statue mode. Yes, you are. I can see you looking. Oh, there's a little shift. Did you feel deficient?
Mm-hmm.
That was a peak. Now label it deficient and feel the peak. How do you know the peak? What is Brenda asking me really to do? Listen to all these excuses and these reasons that just come out. You're healing one thing, but all of a sudden you're fighting your own program, the self-sabotage. All these excuses and the reasonings, all of these things. Get into the anxiety. Get into the anxiety. My throat wants to close up. And it's like shame, shame, shame. Shame, shame, shame. Shame, shame, shame. It's like deep humiliation. Deep, I don't want people to know this. I'm so sorry. There's a part of you that knows you have to go deep on this. The judgment. That's where we're supposed to go. Something about your father and the judgment. You couldn't tell him a lot of things because would he judge you? That you should.
Oh God, yeah.
Okay. Like you're supposed to do it a certain way, and how shame on you. Oh, I'm embarrassed. The humiliation if my friends know or the town knows. Does this make any sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Remember, this is her younger self that's processing.
Oh, I want to spin.
Okay, just breathe. Open your eyes if necessary. Focus on something. It's like a merry-go-round, but focus on something. Maybe your fingernail. What can you see? What can you see when your hands are there? The crack of your armpit. I mean, your arm. You know, I don't know what that's called there. Bent armpit.
Elbow.
The elbow pit.
I don't know what that's called.
I don't know. Does anybody know what the name of that piece is right there? I should have wore pink scrunchie to match the ears and the eyes, but I didn't. Hi, Nicki. How are you? Oh, I got both Nickies in here. And yes, go heal, Sally. Okay, you just said, I really don't. Okay, you said the word distrust, and you said, I'm not allowed to believe in myself because I'm a threat to my parents or threat. Do you understand what I mean? You being you causes him to judge. Do you understand? You being you. And when you're you, how does your husband feel? Or don't you show this part to him, your new part to him? Or is he going to want you differently and you don't like it? When you were heavy, you could throw your weight around. And his advancements would be not there. Now that you're becoming a hot chick, ooh, as he says, a hot wife, they kind of creep you out.
Yeah.
Because in a way, you're still a virgin, even though she's not. I'm just saying, She's been well protected for a long time. Does this make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's something about, I can't believe in me. I can't believe in myself. It's like that dental floss
Uh-huh.
is that I can't, it's like, it's that I can't believe in myself. And it's like, I can't. It's not that I don't want to, or that it's just that I can't. What can't you cross? Hi there, Montecrisco. I don't think I've given you a reading before, but if I haven't, I can give you a free read. Just have to wait until I'm finished.
Can't cross the line. Can't cross the street.
You can't do any of that. You can't do it correctly.
No.
You can't. Okay, notice how
you it's up to her expectations.
Okay. There you go. You just gave yourself. I want you to be able to, like, I feel like we're, okay, what number are you? What number are you?
A half.
So what you're going to do is that you're going to write down R1D, and we're going to put a golden white light cord to that, and we're going to go R1D, and then you're going to start to write the details of her expectations. Her expectations, okay? And notice the standards are high. Notice the everything about it.
Okay.
Even though I didn't put you on the hot seat, your body felt it was on the hot seat, but it was actually your mother would put you on the hot seat. And you may have to ask yourself when it comes to it. So the lung has everything to do with I have to stay in my stunted growth. I can't. So that will definitely be R1D. I can't behave the way I want. I can't. I really want you to think about how that elephant really believes. And we can obviously see that it doesn't have to be, just walk away. I can't.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where you're going to go, okay?
Okay.
All right, you've got this. It's a quest. So grace and ease, please. That's all we ask.
Grace and ease, please.
All right. I love you, and I want
love
you to
you.
go finish
Thank you.
healing, do your thing, and I'll talk to you soon, okay? And thanks for all you do. All right.
Yep.
Bye, hon.
Bye.
All right, Nicki, I will work on you in just a minute. I'll give you a few minutes longer. I'm going to go over to Montecrisco, and we'll do it that way, okay? Because I just want to make sure you're sitting at your table and you can get this. So Montecrisco, are you still here? Say yes, and if so, I will continue. So when I look at this, I'm looking at there is this paralyzed will, a certain kind of feeling I am paralyzed. I'm kind of numb. So do you have depression? Do you go into a certain state of shutdown? Yes or no? And the reason why they're bringing this up is because your body keeps taking and it's holding that state. I'm paralyzed. So I said, is there a particular age? They said yes, and then the first age they're talking about was 4 years old. So at 4 years old, keeps coming up again and again and again, and your body at 4 years old felt a great stress. Was it yours? No, it's other people's stress. And so when I feel other people's stress, there's a part of me that's just like, I got to go into this state. And I said, what do you want Montecrisco to do? And that is notice that when they're in this, I have to give up my expectations. When anybody does this, so you go right into what you learned as a 4-year-old, which is if you watched your parents or anybody like this feel like they have to give up on their life in order to, move forward or help other people, your little brain thought, okay, all this means that I have to give up my expectations. I have to give up. And that is the truth. Okay. And so we want to help your body and you to break free. So one of the things that you can focus on is how you know that truth, and you give it a number, 10 being the worst. And then you're going to take and work with yourself. You're going to go left hand, first position. And you're going to put your thumb there nice and soft, finger in the palm. Okay? Safety, security, stability. And then the magic is the key, the heel of the palm to the forehead, let the fingers drop. And then you're going to sit there and you're like, oh my God, yes. Now, you're going to write it down and you're going to give it a number and you're going to sit there and 15 minutes later, you're going to measure. And if it's coming down, you're healing yourself. Continue it out till it's zero. Super duper important. Okay? Go heal. You're worth it. And your future is going to be what it is right now. How you do anything is how you do everything because it's based on that story. If you wanted me to talk about the future, I still would probably have brought that up because it's called paralyzation. Your future can be better than what it is now. It's going to be this or better. You heal your shit, it's definitely going to become better. So begin now. Alrighty. Miss Nicki Mendez has paid, and I'm going to double check just to make sure. Yep, no, not just spirit. Okay. Ready? All right. So spirit is, what is spirit doing? Okay. I think, did you work? Because I smell steak. I smell something. I smell like you got food smells all over you. So they're really bringing my nasal in with this. It's making me hungry, by the way, because I haven't ate yet. But, okay, so something about, did you suppress? No, you suppressed something. About 3 years old. She's eating my plant. About 3 years old, 3 months old. Okay. Oh, we're going to go to 33. Yes, just got out. Okay, so 33. We're going to go something about 33. Again, I don't know how old you are, but you look very young and youthful. At 33, there has something to do with, okay, it's like I have to put on that I'm indifferent. I have to be indifferent. So in shocking news, you're like, and they want you to do something, and so you learn to wear indifference. Now, in the inside, though, is that you're abusing yourself. What you're doing is that you're blaming. You're blaming. You can feel the blame from others because you're not doing it, or how it doesn't matter who and what direction. It's just that there's a body part, body place, body organs, body. It has a lot to do with how it's connected to disgrace at some point, but what is interesting is that it's connected to the field of the central meridian. So you had to learn to look indifferent or do this because somehow when they would do a gesture, like say the eyes, and then they're looking you down, and you're like, nope, I'm good. Okay. But your body is saying something completely different. And I said, okay, if the body is taking the blame or knowing what blame is, or I don't want to blame, or I have to blame, or any of this, then they're having me look up something here. So I'm going to go to, keep going. All right. It has to do with the bladder, urethras. Okay, so it has to do with your urinary tracts. It says that the electrolytes somehow seem to be a little off, and it's also then affects your hypothalamus. So I'm looking at this, and I said, well, okay, what's the importance of telling her this? And they said, do you have problems just below your hips, like in the legs area or your thigh areas? They're pointing out like first chakra and second chakra, there's energy that's different. I says back, front, no, the whole area. So it's like you're wearing a girdle or you're wearing bike shorts, okay? So it comes down just a little bit past the thighs and it goes up, but it's the way the energy goes around, And the energy is off there. So blame gets stuck in the hips. Blame gets stuck in the thigh bones, or the hips, or the butt, or it's just like blame. It's like this is where you decide that that's where you're going to store other people's experiences as well as your own. And in the meantime, you're going to be indifferent. Whole back thing this month went lower to the hips. Okay, well, okay. So this is apparently what we're doing. So what you're going to do is you're going to take and follow along with me. And knowing that we have this blame or this hip thing. So I'm going to do this one thing. So I'm going to look, and I'm going to look for this. I'm going to look for it. Okay, so it sits in the bladder. I'm now going to look in the back, this whole back thing. And we're going to go to, where does it want me to go? Oh. So the back thing is the central. The blame thing is the bladder. And if you can, your intention is that you're going to go touch the top of your, where your underwear would fall, right at the pubic bone. So that's bladder. Okay, I see no energy there. And then, but when I say these two things, they're like two separate things, but they're one. So you're going to hold that top, and then you're going to tap. 1 or 2 rounds of breathing, and then you're going to go down. And then you're going to come up to the central, do it again. And then you're going to go back down to the pubic bone and do it one more time. Come back to the central. And when you're done, let me know. Because the body is holding this particular blame frequency. And we don't need to hold the blame frequency. Okay, now as you've done that, I heard somebody at work is always like going, it's that Nicki girl. Okay, there's somebody just has this part of who there that's just very likes to blame, likes to. Do you understand this? Just like they're jealous of you for one. Do you understand what I'm talking about? You have to hold yourself because 1, you are pretty. 2, you are healthy looking. Yes, a few people there. Okay. And 3, you actually got a head on your shoulders. And you can learn how to self-regulate. So there's a whole list. But you have to see them be jealous of you because they cannot get out of their ego brain. And that is what you meant to see. If you're not going to have your family around as much, you've got to see how they are a program. Those aspects of you is that they're a constant threat. And they said that if you can begin to notice there's always this impending doom with this style of people, you don't know if it's coming at you, when it's going to happen, but I want you to start doing left wrist, third position, soft. So L3D. You with me? Now I'm going to check to see, is there any more? No. So you're going to be working on frequency F sharp, and it's about, you can't be yourself because of this. So that's one of the things you'll be working on. And I'm looking to check to see if there's anything else. And at this point, I don't need to do that one or that one. Okay, so the body, this is where you're going to have to use a door hinge or use your hand or some type of tool. In the lumbar region, you are going to have to, you're going to hold left wrist, second position deep, so L2D. And then you're going to take and you're going to think about and feel all of these erratic behavior from these people. These left brain, egotistical, disconnect from spirit. Okay. And then you're going to go find a door jamb, and then you're going to do the left side first, then the right of the spine. So your left and right spine. And you're going to start bouncing. So start at the top and then go down, and make sure you really, so you'll be holding like this and bouncing, and make sure you really get that, and then start at the top and then go down to the right side. Allow yourself to do this, okay? And do about maybe 4 rounds, because the thing that you're looking at is that it's just erratic behavior. Your body wants to be really erratic, okay? Even though you're up here and everything's fine, but the body is saying, this is how I have to respond because I can feel their hate. This location, this people, and it is when you really feel that they're out for blood, or there may be gaslighters, or they'll be very much like, I have all this power behind me, so you better watch out, Shazam! You know, there's like, do you understand? It is beware of me, that field, because it's going to help you connect to what you had to experience with your mother when you were little, around 8 years old. But yes, good. You understand. You understand. Is there anything else I can do? Any other thing? Because I asked you to wait, so I just want to make sure that I don't want you to feel cheated or anything. Yeah, now I'm hungry. Oh my God, I might have to go to the store to buy some steak. Oh, but I can't cook it the same way. I don't have a grill. Is it? Oh, you need to go take a shower. No, it just feels. I'm salivating. I'm like that Pavlov's dog, even though she's not even near me. There's just this. I don't like fries, but I wouldn't mind having fries. God, maybe I can convince my husband, let's go down and get some steak and mashed potatoes and let someone else cook it instead of me. You're setting those steak vibes, man. I am salivating. I am. I want someone else to cook it. I want. Oh my God. Yeah, Charlie. Yeah, Charlie. Say hi, Nicki. Huh? He says, oh, it's Nicki. All right. Is there anybody else here that I haven't given a reading to before? I can give you a free reading. And if not, we're done for today. Right? I didn't miss anybody, I don't think. It's been a really good day. I think today's show was very interesting. So there was some really good parts. And if you, yeah. All right, guys. All right. So I'm going to start signing off on YouTube. So well, thank you very much. Hashtag away, you know, don't waste it, paste it type thing. There we go. Heal. Heal.